My expectations. I'm here to find a girlfriend. So
See, simple, straightforward. He's here to find a girlfriend. But you see, funny enough, there's somebody beside him that's a girl. Please, are you interested? Oh, come on. Anyway, something interesting about her.
she's a nice person. Yeah.
She's a nice. You guys listen, oh. I'm here to find a girlfriend. Something interesting about her. She's a nice person. Should we tell him? Should we tell him? Please, are you single or yeah?
I'm single.
Okay. No problem. I'll get you one.
Okay, my turn. Hi. Your name and your expectations for today.
Okay, I'm Rex Taylor, and I'm expecting to build myself creatively here. So.
And something funny about the person sitting next to you or behind you.
Oh,
And who is it?
his name is the Beloved. Yes, and I think he's funny because he's skinnier than me, and I'm actually skinny, so.
Gotcha. Awesome, awesome.
Okay, all right. So I think that was good enough. We're about to get things started. I just require two things from everybody here. Let's pay attention to every single thing that is going to be said. It's going to be a very fun, nice, engaging session. We have 6 well-renowned speakers that are of global standards that are coming to ensure that they impact you. So I just want you guys to open up, learn as much as possible, write as much as you can, because this is a very good space for you to learn. So,
Without much ado, are we welcoming our first? No, we have a video first before we welcome our first
okay,
speaker.
it's still on. Okay, cool.
Are we ready with our video? Okay, thank you so much. Our first speaker, our third-time speaker actually, Sharon Mills, is a versatile creative communications professional with certified skills and a wealth of experience in the creative services management industry, creative strategy, brand management, copywriting, advertising production, and graphic design. Can we please give her a warm welcome as she comes on the stage?
Hi, okay, it's just my mic. Okay, hi everyone. Hi. I'm so glad she read the short version of my profile because it's a bit intimidating for me. So I'm a creative like you, and today I'm just going to be speaking at the request of the desk team. But before I start, I just want us all to give a round of applause to Daniel and his team for the really great work they are doing. Every year I come on this stage, it gets better and bigger. So kudos to you guys and to all of you for being here. All right, so there's this very wild topic I was given. Cultural barriers and its reflection on the gender gap. Whew. I had no idea what to do with this. And I think that I would pretty much share with you what I learned from having a topic like this, okay? So here we go. For me, my perception on gender when I think of design is pretty much like what Natasha Jen said. She's a partner at Pentagram. If you're a designer, you should know Pentagram. Gender never came to mind until I was in more of a leadership position. I was very focused on my work and developing my skill set, just trying to be the best in whichever group I'm a part of. That was me, okay? At the same time, I also agree with what this lady also says. These are all designers. She says, while women in design are still fighting for power and recognition, they have, for half a century at least, been in the room. There have always been women in the room where designers are concerned. There are women in this room right now, so they are female designers. But let's come to try and understand what this topic means in the first place. So what is the gender gap? According to the World Economic Forum, the difference between women and men, as reflected in social, political, intellectual, cultural, or economic attainments or attitudes. That's what the gender gap is, the difference between men. So put it in economics, that's the difference between salaries of men and women. The difference between women and men in how many women versus how many men are in leadership, are in politics, are at work. That's what the gender gap is. Now, just to highlight what the gender gap in the world looks like today, the most equal country in the world is Iceland. When I say equal, I mean in terms of the gap between how many men and women function in society in different aspects. Iceland has closed their gender gap by 90%. No other country in the world has done that. However, they are closely followed by Finland, Norway, and Sweden. If you have an idea of what the world map looks like, these are neighbors and friends. So it makes you wonder, what are they doing different there, right? These are all Scandinavian countries. Let me just throw in a few things that I know they do there. You can research. In countries like that, there's a lot of flexibility in work. A lot of them are practicing 4-day work weeks. Women have maternity leave for more than 6 months. Men have paternity leave. Work culture is very well handled. And generally, there's always some program or the other to make sure that there's more women in education as well. So that kind of accounts for it. Knowing that then, it's no surprise that the least equal countries are countries like Pakistan, Yemen, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. They are in the bottom 10 out of 144 countries. That should give you an idea based on what you know about those countries. So, based on this, the World Economic Forum has something called the Global Gender Gap Index. That's how they track how much of the gap in the world has been closed. And they use these particular dimensions to measure that. Economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. So how many men versus how many women are in those areas helps them to calculate how much of the gender gap has been closed. So basically, the world around us, our gender gap has been closed by 68.1%. However, that 39% left, the WEF says it's going to take 132 years to close. That's a long time. It's actually going to take double of that time to close that gap in the workspace. So that gives you an idea of how small but how big this gender gap is. What's the case in Africa? In Africa, it's going to take us 98 years to close the gender gap in sub-Saharan Africa. Rwanda has closed their gap the most. Again, ask yourself, what happens in Rwanda? In sub-Saharan Africa, Kenya has been the most improved country to close their gender gap in the past year. Ask yourself, what's happening in Kenya? We come back to Malawi, Algeria, and Benin, and those 3 countries have actually broadened their gap in the past year. What's happening there? I think that you can begin to align and bring some similarities to economic performance, political performance, and it kind of gives you a sense of when the gap becomes wider between male and female. So, I had to come home, of course. What's Ghana's situation? Ghana is 108th out of 144 countries when it comes to the gender gap, and 21st out of 35 countries. You know, in school, when there are 35 people and you are 21, you are last. I mean, tell yourself that. So in Ghana, our gender gap is closed by 67.2%. It's a decent number, but in the scope of things, that's a very big gap to be closed. I think that what is important to notice, even though these numbers are big, it's encouraging. Challenge is that our pace is too slow, okay? How we are working towards closing this gap is slow. And then, of course, the global pandemic comes in to broaden it some more, and that has also been a challenge. Okay, now we know the gender gap. What does that have to do with culture? What is culture? Everyone knows that culture is a way of, okay, so we all know that. Now, this way of life is expressed in our language, which is verbal and non-verbal, our religion, values, attitudes, manners and customs, material elements like your economic, social, financial, and say marketing environment, your aesthetics, education, social institutions. Culture is also inclusive of knowledge, beliefs, arts, morals. I mean, everything that you are and why you are has something to do with culture, okay? So right now, I need to kind of bring us home to our topic that, okay, so then what are cultural barriers? The best definition I have for this is from Roy. He says that an issue arising from a misunderstanding of meaning caused by cultural differences between sender and receiver. Anyone who's learned about communication knows that there's a model for communication, right? There's a sender, there's a message that they want to send, there's a medium that they send it to, and then there's a receiver. So anywhere in between the sender and the receiver, any issue there, let's call it a cultural barrier. Does that make sense? Okay. So now we're coming to what cultural barriers cause. They are notorious for preventing us from making good connections and building relationships. They also often bring misunderstanding and trouble. Cultural norms and our values, they have been proven to be a significant source of cultural barriers. Also, one of the most significant stereotypes that create cultural barriers is gender. So we'll come to our topic. But the question is, why should we care about cultural barriers? And there's this really good quote I found. It says that this is the age of globalization and digital media. It becomes essential to identify and overcome the cultural barriers as soon as possible so that everyone can participate and perform on a single platform adequately. What does that mean for designers? If there are cultural barriers, we can't perform adequately. I don't think we see it, but yes, when a doctor has a bad day, that's a bad day. When a designer has a bad day, we don't see it so well. It's like, well, I had a bad day. But when somebody has paid money to you to create an identity that doesn't land on the product, it's such a waste of money in the long term. When someone designs a product that doesn't solve a problem, you are actually inconveniencing a consumer. So these are all challenges, okay? Now, we come to then, what do these barriers look like in action, okay? And today, I came up with this illustration, and I'm calling it when culture is culturing, okay? So, they say what? It's a man's world. Okay, why? You don't know, but they have said it. Cool. So, men were created first. That's what we believe, right? So then, okay, we start to believe that. But then we get it misconstrued that because they are first, then they are superior. And once we decide that a man is superior, then basically he has to approve of us. If he approves of us, then we are right because he is superior to us. Once we agree on that, that's how we all see it, right? Now we see it like that, so now we begin to look to men for approval. And that's basically our belief system now. What is that? Our culture, right? It's in our head, it's the way we live. You have to get the approval of a man. Let me bring it home. A female's favorite designer is likely to be a man. Why? But a man's favorite designer is very unlikely to be a woman. Why? And I think that cultural belief system where a woman thinks it's a man who will validate how nice she looks has led a lot of men into fashion, has also led a lot of men to create fashion, and it's like they know what they want to see. I was chatting with a friend of mine to get context for this topic. He's called Tebi Kalafeng. He's a brand expert in South Africa. he has this foundation that, you know, they rank the top 100 brands in Africa. And he's always, you know, he's an activist for African brands. And he asked me, he says that, you know, when you think about it, why is it so though? Would a woman really want to create a dress where half of her body shows? A man created that because he knows what he wants to see. And we had this long conversation and it went on, and that kind of made me understand how some of these barriers work. Because that's what we believe, and that's what they think is nice. And now a woman believes that dress is nice because a man said it's nice. A lot of these things may make us uncomfortable, but that's basically how the barriers start coming up. Now, what does this mean in African culture? Because African culture is a boiling pot. I think it's one of the broadest terms I've ever heard, African culture. How many countries are in Africa? How many cultures are in Africa? Every ethnicity gives us a new culture. Every religion gives us a new culture. It's just culture everywhere. So to say African culture is like one of the broadest statements you can ever make. But what we know for sure about African culture is that it's diverse. And if I'm saying it's diverse, I'm talking about it's diverse within each particular culture and then between other cultures. You go to Nigeria, you can talk about a Nigerian man, but then you can also talk about a Yoruba man versus an Igbo man, two very different people. If you put them together, that's a different war. At the same time, and let's not get touchy, but it's the truth, we are going to fight over Ghana jollof and Nigeria jollof. But Senegal says they created jollof. So how we are all doing it here is wrong. So the jollof that we are claiming is ours and we do better, it's not even our dish. These are the cultural differences. So I think that when we are bringing it home to Ghana, what influence of cultural barriers do we see in our work today? Heavy lifting, hard work is for men. As for design, we don't go home. We sleep in the office, then it's for the men. Women are punished for pregnancy in corporate. No one says it anywhere. God forbid that is in the rule book, but we feel it. She comes for an interview, her stomach is bulging. It's over for you. In fact, a pregnant woman going even for a visa application is a problem. Pregnancy becomes a punishment. Culture. When a woman gets pregnant, she leaves work 3 months. God forbid she gets a 6 months leave. When she comes back, there's been like 4 different training sessions. There's no opportunity for her to catch up. She's lagging behind. Then they say she's another performer. And then they are not happy with her work. And then she leaves. Culture. They say that a man's world is at work and a woman's world is at home. But I ask, who cooks? Is it the one who is hungry or the one who knows how to cook? Is that the man or the woman? Who looks after the children? The one who had them or the one who owns them? Is that the man or the woman? But culture has taught us some things and we live with them. We accept them. Why? It's culture. These are the barriers that come up. It's also found that as you get higher and higher, representation gets lower and lower. Funny thing is, if you go to a company today, maybe at the reception, the first person you see is who? A woman. You saw a woman registering you today, no? Okay. But then when you got in, cameras, sound, light, men, culture. The camera is heavy. The stage is heavy. It's for a woman. It's all around us. But there's women's weightlifting. Are men carrying the weights for the women in women weightlifting? No. Culture. So my question is, these facts had me. So in the UK, 78% of the design industry is male. However, males are almost outnumbered in school. So what happens between school and coming to the studio? Entering the workplace means navigating the gray areas of negotiating salaries, balancing family life, and projecting confidence in a world that is not always friendly to women. Many female design graduates feel unprepared for that, no matter how strong their work is. In most, if not all industries, as people climb the career ladder, there are less women. These are the facts, okay? Now, historical research tells us why things are the way they are. the reason why gender disparity in graphic design is historical, and right now why women's work can still be valued less than men's work. When you look at the Ghana flag, does it tell you a woman made it or a man made it, or it tells you it was designed? At the end of the day, what we are finding is that the reason why graphic design, even in history books, is mainly about men's work is nothing to do with the lack of female talent, suitability, or supply, but it is due to social, cultural, economic, political forces that work systematically to support gender inequality. Why should we close the gap? Because we're fine. Design is still going on. We are living. Why do we want to close the gap? I'm not an activist. I'm not a feminist. Well, I don't think so. But at the end of the day, we are closing the gap for some reasons. Diverse perspectives improve the quality of work. You are designers, so you know what I'm talking about. If you can see how an all-male team comes up with something versus a diverse team, you will see the difference. Now, design without women affects design for women. That's a big one for me. Imagine a product that is created for women. Back in the day, Unilever came from a point of creating soaps for washing to make washing easy for women, created by men. A lot of the products were tough to use because it wasn't actually the men doing the washing. A lot of cleaning products, mops, things like that, were created by men, but they don't use them. A lot of the times when you find a woman discomforted by using a certain product, there's a high chance that a man created it. Why? He doesn't have that actual experience of using it. And that is why we need more women in design. Design should not be man or woman. Design should be human. And that's my stance on it. I'm not saying that the men should sit down for the women to take over design. I'm saying that we should all design. I'm also saying that women add more meaning. There's already meaning, but women add more meaning. I think if a job is good, it's good. If a woman is involved, it will be great. That's my opinion. Now, how do we close this gap? Because we are all agreeing that there's a gap. Now we know why there's a gap, and we also see why we should close the gap. So how are we going to do it? We need a culture shift. When we talk about culture, it sounds like such a lofty, like solidified thing that how are we going to change our culture? But the good news is that culture actually is learned. Can you imagine that? So take all of us in this room now. Let's say we are a civilization, we're a culture, and we know something, or the things we know are all that is known. Right now in this room, if we leave this room and go somewhere else, 10 years, another set comes. What they know is because of what we taught them. So if we teach them to kill, they will be learning to kill. They will be killers because that's what they grew up doing, right? So I believe that it starts at home. We need to learn to raise and shape the next generation. Let them be taught in equality and equity. The person who washes at home is the person whose things are dirty. The person who cooks at home is the one who cooks when they are hungry. I mean, it's a culture shift. So I am aware it is not what is happening in your home. But you are the ones to shift it. Now, culture is learned, shared, and transmitted from one generation to the next. It means that every bad work culture, for instance, you have, someone gave to you, you learned from someone. Why do you have that? And how do you do better? You can learn, you can change, you can shift. Just think of it as I need education and I need to understand. And a mix of those things helps the shift. Also, to close the gap, we need to be intentional. We need to be intentional about diversity. We always talk about, bringing more women and adding more women. We talk about it more than we do it because it's easier to talk about it than we do it. The thing is, being intentional, you literally have to be intentional about being intentional, And you have to do that on projects. You're a designer. Maybe it's just a job for one designer. That's okay. But thinking is for everyone. Conceptualizing, brainstorming, running ideas by each other. Don't just go to your fraternity house. It's a band of brothers. And it's always just you guys. Involve the thoughts of a woman at least. And on the brands, when you're going out there looking for work, if you keep working for only men, you will know how to work for only men. I think that one of the things I also learned is that you can only be what you see. So when you involve more women and women see women involved, more women will be involved. It's a crazy cycle, but that's exactly what it is. Reforms to education, design education to support more women into industry is necessary. When I was in tech a few years ago, emphasis on few. Oh, you're laughing. In tech, there were lecturers that literally came to class and pretty much signed off on any female that wants to leave. As for the girls, I know they won't do their work. Most of them are going to the bank anyway. That's trash talk, and it doesn't belong in the lecture room. I don't care what anyone says. At the end of the day, your job as a lecturer is to convince me that this course that I chose, maybe I chose it by mistake, but it's the best mistake I ever made. You should make me want to be in the business. And then the last thing I want to say on this is we need to respect women for their work and not just their gender. And this is why I made us clap for dEX at the beginning, so you know I'm not angry. But if Daniel and team decide to invite me to come and speak on a conference like this with all of you here, I have 17 years experience in marketing and communications in Ghana. I have devised campaigns for some of the biggest brands in the world. I am able to design every and anything you need me to design. I write award-winning ads. Even today, I had an idea. It's my job, but then I'm speaking about gender. Who's losing out here? Why am I not here speaking about how to transform design from my perspective? Why am I not speaking about how I've altered the creative process? Why? Because thinking you are intentional doesn't just mean adding women. You need to see women beyond them being women. No one ever says, oh, it's a male graphic designer. But they will always be quick to say, she's a female graphic designer. Why can't she just be a designer? Because she's a designer. Who cares? If you realize some of the ads, logos, some of the stuff that you like that are created by women, you'll be surprised. It doesn't matter. We need to get to that point where we respect women as designers, not female designers, because that has a connotation to it. Now, let's be equitable, flexible, and human. Improve workplace culture and EQ. Workplace culture is you and the boys talking and women are not involved. It's you and the boys saying weird and distasteful jokes, degrading to women, things like that. You don't see how it works, but in the woman's mind, I don't want to be involved in that. But then it's within those jokes that you also come up with your ideas. So then it means she will not be involved in that as well. So your workplace culture has to be improved. EQ is very important. Today, the corporate world, at least elsewhere in the world, they don't care how smart you are. You need a mix. You need your IQ. You need your EQ, which is your emotional quotient. You need your AQ, adversity quotient. You need your SQ, social, like you need all of it. How you handle people, how you speak to people, how you handle rejection, how you mingle, how you talk to people. Emotional intelligence, managing yourself emotionally is important. I think that some of these quotes I found say it well. Unlike some other industries, design doesn't have a problem attracting women. Approximately 60% of junior designers are female. This suggests that there's a problem within the industry in retaining, promoting, and nurturing designers, female designers. Bring more women into senior leadership roles as a way of pulling more women into the industry. I think that sometimes when we say things like this, you think we mean just add women. No, they should be qualified, but I believe they are qualified women. So Daniel, wherever you are, the next time I come here, your crew, involve more women, or I'll not talk again. Also about being human. You know, we think to ourselves that this is how it is, so I won't change. But an individual must be receptive to new ideas and ways of thinking because acceptance will result in making adjustments about different cultures. Male-oriented workplace cultures can restrict the participation of women or in some cases drive them out. Hire more women, partner women, push women too. Also, let's speak up. If it looks unfair, sounds unfair, feels unfair, guess what? It's unfair. Talk about it. I'm not saying raise a coup in the office. Ask your boss, Why did you promote this and not this? Why, when we were giving awards, we didn't give this? Oh, this person was part of the work. Why wasn't she mentioned? Speak up about it. Now to women, to us. The most crucial key to unlocking opportunities in graphic design to women is actually women themselves. More women have been hired into leadership in industries where women are already highly represented. More women means more women. History has shown us that daily perseverance and support from every woman working in design has made us all more empowered, each generation improving on the last. So women, let's take up space, let's be heard, let's be supportive, let's be seen, and let's be great. Okay? Now, last word to everyone in the room. Everyone, and this is important. If you don't remember anything I've said, remember this. It is not going to happen fast enough unless everyone takes responsibility. It's not a woman's problem that women should be solving. It's a cultural problem that culture should be solving. Thank you. I don't know if I'm supposed to take questions. Should I be taking questions?
Thank you very much, Sharon.
Yeah. Where are you? Okay, there you are.
So we'll have a question and answer session. We encourage everyone to kindly log on to new-comma.com and post your questions with the hashtag Artmosphere5.
Can I run away? I'm good.
However, the floor is actually open. If you have a question, just raise your hand and then we would get to you. Okay, so we have 2 people.
Okay.
We'll take 3 questions and then we move on to the next. So
But
before
the number you have
ask,
chosen tells me there will be no equality.
we'll take 4.
Thank you.
2 males, 2 females. Before you actually ask your question, kindly make sure that you let us know your name.
In fact, I'd like to add, today our communities are so diverse, and this particular topic I've spoken on, I spoke in context of the traditional gender, male and female. Just to highlight that.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi.
Please, I'm Ohene Asante.
Can you wave so that I can see you?
I'm
Okay,
here,
okay,
yeah.
hi.
All right. I'm Ohene Asante.
Hi, Ohene.
My question is about gender equality.
Okay.
You know, society has made us feel that there are certain jobs that belongs to men. Let me put it, masculine profession.
Okay, like which one?
Engineering,
Okay,
medicine, and other fields that
Okay.
are related.
okay.
And women over the years have also, felt that it also belonged to men.
Yeah.
So they have left it to us and we have taken it. Let me
Okay.
put it that way. How do we make sure that this gap is broken or bridged? Because if we have forums like this and we only talk about intellectual communities. Most of us here are within the tertiary fraternity.
Yeah.
But our young people, maybe within secondary, with visual arts and other fields, are not brought into the mainstream.
Yeah.
How do we involve these people and make sure generations to come also experience the light? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Well, I mean, pretty much like what we are doing here. I am not from this generation sitting here if you are in tertiary school. So I have come from mine to tell you. So you have to go from yours to tell them. You know, it's a domino effect. Just like I was saying, we are in one room here. Whatever we know here, when we go out, we take it out there. You know, and I think that when you are in a business, you should open the doors for other people. You may not own an agency to hire someone, but you can have a conversation. When you were coming here today, how many people who don't work did you consider that, oh, let me bring this person here. Maybe they may enjoy design. Did you think of that? When you are speaking to a female who is not sure what to go and learn in uni, do you open the door for her to the other opportunities? You know, I think that it has to come to a point where we normalize, we normalize anything and everything for everyone. Because elsewhere in the world, they are catching up. You saw the numbers on equality. the parity levels in other countries, Iceland and co, they are just like top 3, top 4. When you come to the top 10, America is there, UK is there, and it's obvious why. They are inclusive, they are inviting. So it starts with us. Now you've heard me speak today. The next time you meet somebody trying to decide what to do in school, now you are equipped to tell them that, oh, you should, why not? You know, and I think that's a posture all of us should have, the why not. If you get an answer to why not, then maybe not. But when you say why not and there's no real reason, then maybe you should. Have I answered you? Okay.
Okay. One female, because I don't want Sharon to beat me.
Females, don't forget to speak up. Oh, speak up. You are fluent.
So Nanaya, I shouldn't have mentioned your name. I'm sorry.
Hey, where do you know her from?
Networking.
Hey,
Okay,
you are ahead of us, so.
Thank you very much, Sharon, for speaking. It was so amazing.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
Thank you.
So I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to say, is it possible for you to come speak at other conferences for women?
Yes,
Like
as long as
online?
the price is right, I'm there. I can come now.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
All right.
Sharon.
Yes.
I want to be your personal assistant.
Oh, stop that. Stop that.
I think there was a hand here.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Noah, and I think Sharon is my new role model.
Hey.
Anyway, one I want to touch on. You said something about being intentional.
Yes.
When you were talking about the cultural barrier, and then I've had this experience where people come to a company that I work in, and the CEO is a female, so there's privileges for women, but they come and then dealing with clients, they feel as if like they have to be treated differently. Maybe you're a graphic designer or you are a content director, and then the male gender are there trying to burn the midnight candle just to put up content together, and then the lady comes in and then it's like, this thing there is not for me, and then just leaves it and go. But I mean, they are the likes of Paul Asher who have like set the pace and then made a difference, and other people. And then one thing that a man taught me in designing is when no one will ask Elon Musk for his engineering certificate for him to prove that he's an engineer. So if you are intentional about what you want to do and then where you want to be, I think the cultural barrier will certainly be in the background, but you also have to kind of make the sacrifice to get where you want to be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I think something I always like to remind us, like for me, when I think of equality and stuff, and the reason why I insist I'm not an activist, I literally had to do research to tell you this, but I believe in equality. I'm not saying that a man should be moved aside for a woman to come. That's not what I'm saying. Equality means that when you are fixing workplace culture, you are bringing equality to that. First question is, why? Because maybe they're going to kill all of us, we should sit here. No. You understand? Like, you kind of need to get to a point where you question these things. Question these things enough to get to a point where you now make other people start questioning them. You know, my younger sister is like an activist, and she doesn't allow me to breathe. I had to run this deck by her because I'm not as conscious as she is. But she makes me question things. So you also have to get to that place. Ask yourselves, why do we do this at work? Why does she get to go and we stay? And go and question it. Once you question it, management, I'll tell you the truth, and I'm in management. We get worried when employees have so many questions because we ask ourselves, what are we not doing? Or what am I not covering? Or what are they thinking? So always get to that point where you're also trying to help fix the culture. If culture will be fixed, like I said, it's all of us, right?
Okay.
Mr. Bossman, am I good?
Question.
Okay.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi.
My name is Ajo.
Ajo.
I'm the co-founder of Girls in Animation.
Nice.
And we're a small community of female animators.
No, you're a community of animators. Thank you. Yes.
I want to find out what advice you would have for communities like ours. Because sometimes when you speak to women, they tell you, oh, she's good, she's a good illustrator, but she tells you, I'm not so good. And when she sends you her CV, you're like, wow,
You're
this
good.
is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Like, what advice do you have for, like, leaders in communities like these?
Yeah.
How to convince the women that, you know what, you can do it. Just
Yeah.
put yourself to it.
I've found a lot of power in asking why. Okay. I think that's why Gen Z is changing the world, because they ask why where some of us never ask why. I mean, there was no way, no chance in hell. My mom asked me to do something. I said, why? 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 What? Like, hey, why? No. But that's our culture, and that's how we were raised. And now we have to learn to change. Your education minister goes to sit somewhere and is saying, children don't ask questions. When they were young and they were asking questions, you were lashing them. So now they don't ask questions. Nobody wants to be lashed, verbally or physically. So we don't ask, right? So it's our culture. We need to change it. I think that anytime you find a female who behaves like that, first question is why. And if you keep asking why, you get to the end of her just saying, I don't see other females, or because I'm not sure I can do it, and then you can nurture her. You know, you have to get to the problem and then address it. But if we don't ask the why, sometimes your advice, it just seems like you are just talking. Always ask the why. You know, why not? Why did you do this? Why does this look like this? But why do you think this? Because your portfolio looks like this. By the time you get to the end of it, you and her will have a solution. You know, always ask why. That's how we change the world. That's how we'll change our culture.
Okay, so quick one. My name is Patrick.
Okay, hi Patrick.
Yes. So I think all along we are not addressing the issue properly because as genders we have our peculiar identity.
Sure.
What men do like is different from what females like. So
Sure.
obviously we can't just say that, okay, do art, do design. I think what we are supposed to do as a society is say that how do we sell design or art to the female gender by understanding what makes them interested. So is it that we come up with more feminine design to say that, okay, fine, by doing so we can attract them to the design, or we sort of co-create a conscious, for lack of a better word, curricula that is feminine in nature to attract them.
Okay.
A typical example, when I let me use the color, let me use red and pink. Obviously, the female is attracted to the pink because it is their nature.
Who said?
Yes, yeah, I'm coming to that. So it's based on research.
I'm wearing blue and black.
It's based on research.
Okay.
I can show you based on research.
I need the research. I need it.
Yes.
I'll need
so
it.
it's because of the way we are wired. So it's actually based on research.
Yes, but I like what you just said. Because of the way you are wired.
Yeah, so I mean, for the long and short, to say that in order for us to address these cultural barriers, we need to understand the way both genders are wired.
Fair enough.
Then we can sell the whole concept of design
to them,
to the female.
Yeah. I mean, that's a way to look at it. I would also ask that you look into, in my research, I found some wild things. There's also a feminist approach to design. There's actually a design process that has been created which leans more or picks ideals from feminism to apply design. Personally, I will not do it because I look at it again as I am looking for equality, you know. And what equality means is that what you are learning, I should also be learning the same thing. What equality means is that when we are all sitting down, all of us should be able to sit down, right? My thing is, or my challenge with what you are saying now is, it's almost like, so let's take STEM, right? There's a lot of influence and effort being put into STEM, but there's not enough being put into art. On that level, by all means, make everyone understand how valuable design is. But to say that it has to be packaged for women, that's a problem. Do you understand? That's the barrier carrying on. But I understand you. It's very intrinsic. And everyone sitting here thinks they understand equality. But there are ways in which you think that suggests that you don't understand it. Or you've been practicing it so long. The lack of parity in our world is so inbred that you don't even realize how you are a part of it. So like I'm saying, to help yourself, always ask why.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's give it up for Sharon. One key thing that I am picking up from this session is women have a lot to give, and we shouldn't subconsciously limit them in everything that they do. So if you just joined us online, we are live here in Accra, Ghana, University of Ghana. This is the dEX experience. We are here to have fun, here to interact, and here to know more about design and just co-create and see how best we can make things happen and work in our favor. Moving on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is a renowned leader in Africa's brand marketing space. He leads a mission to help 1 million African entrepreneurs build a strong brand through the online platform Workspace Global. He and his team have built lots and lots of areas in which entrepreneurs can actually give up their very best. I wouldn't like to stress a lot about him, but he's here to talk about how we can lay down the right cultural foundations for early designers to cause change in the industry, to cause change in society. He is no other than the main man himself, Sydney Scott Sam. Let's give it up for him.
Okay, it's a very different perspective from here. Hello everyone. We're gonna do a very small exercise. If you can hear me, shout yay. Nice. Okay, what time did we publicize that today's event was gonna start? 11, right? 11. Okay, so if you got here at 11, say yay. Okay, not bad. If you got here after 11, say yay. Okay, so it's quite equal. Now, I just brought this, did this exercise just to show how there's a lot of things that are assumed are part of our culture, or the culture of the Ghanaian, the culture of the African, like lateness. And I want to talk today about setting the right foundation for early designers. My name is Sydney. There's a, okay, thingy is not working yet. There we go. All right, this is the reason you should trust me. That's the reason I put that up there. So my name is Sydney Scott Sam. I'm 29 years old. I am the founder of a platform that connects creatives to entrepreneurs called Workspace Global. I do a number of other things and that I'm quite proud of. But what I also wanted to share is that I've worked with about 150 creatives in my 10-year career, starting out as a freelancer, but now moving into a space where I try to automate spaces so that creatives can do better, faster, you know, and just accelerate more towards where we're all going. So let's chat culture. My perspective, or I'm sure all of us have been taught about what a designer is, and I just want to emphasize that to you again, that a designer is more than their software tools, or generally their tools, because you could be any kind of designer. You are simply a problem solver, and always have that in mind, because a lot of us define ourselves by one skill that we've come up with, you know, usually self-taught or, you know, done in school, and that kind of defines your identity across, you know, your entire career. But then when you realize that you're somebody who solves problems, it also then changes the conversation, because some people, especially for me who grew up in a very traditional African home, some people may say, you know, Ghanaian society does not appreciate designers as much as they should, right? But everyone appreciates problem solvers. So that's just an interesting way that I think about it, that if I walk into a room, I don't care if you appreciate design or not. If I can solve a problem, I'm valuable, and I'll be able to establish that. So I just wanted us to sync up on that mindset check. So first culture hack that I wanted us to talk about today is, and I think I'm going to take from Sharon's presentation. Also, that was an amazing, can I get a round of applause for Sharon, please? You know, I'm just doing touchy-feely stuff, and, you know, you came in with the facts and the codes, so I just love that. But yeah, so the first thing is she spoke about asking why. I'm just going to push further and go like, diagnose, okay? Diagnosing is generally what doctors do. You know, people come there with a problem, they ask questions, and based on their knowledge, they're able to probe, figure out what the problem is, and then offer a solution. I don't think we do this enough. And this is something that I would like us to shift more towards, where you start to ask questions. And for now, you don't even have to ask good questions. Just keep asking questions. If you don't understand something, there's a lot of, cases where with the designers that I worked with over time, I would give them a brief or give them an instruction, and they would walk away and start working. I found that so scary. Do you know what I mean? I found it so scary that, I just give the brief, and then they go. And usually, I believe workspace and everything that we do, we're trying to shorten the design process. We believe that design process is a science. We're playing with the science of art, right? That's what we think about. So we're like, okay, can we create an environment where 100 designers here can all design a logo to our standard within 1 hour? And we need to be able to predict that, okay? So that's kind of the space that it's a bit, some people don't like it, but that's just what we do, and it's working out very well. But here's where, I found so many problems, where if we give you a brief and you're not asking questions and you just understand, you usually go and spend a very long time trying to do the work because there's something that didn't really tick. Do you guys usually have that? Where you've read something, at the time you read it, it looks simple enough. When you go and sit down to start working on it, you're like, this sentence it's not adding up, right? And something that you could have done in 3 hours or 6 hours takes you 4 days because you need to go and sleep, you need to drink, you need to do certain things to calm your. Do you get what I mean? Ask questions, okay? And always build your own brief. When somebody gives you a brief, have that brief, then open it and put notes to the side of it and build your own brief by the questions that you ask so that you have your own understanding. Not to say go and change the brief, please. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying make sure that you understand the brief in a certain way. So I'll share, I've been designing for a very long time. I've worked with Francis here, and would you say I'm a decent designer? Yeah, I think I'm a decent designer, but I actually don't know how to use Photoshop. There's a lot of things that I'm not very good at, right? But one thing that I've really focused on is I try to understand how I work, and then I simplify the brief that anybody gives me. So if it's not written a certain way, I'd rewrite it because I need bullet points. I need a certain font size for me because I know I'm not very sharp, but I increase the font, I increase the spacing so that when I look at it again, I'm like, oh, okay, this kind of makes sense. Do you get what I mean? So back to the point, please ask questions. If you ask enough questions, you'll start to ask good questions. Seek to understand and be open when you don't. You with me? Say yay? Yay. Nice. All right, culture hack 2. There's a certain aura about creatives. I'm here. I always wear kaftans, but today I was like, I'm coming to a design conference, so I'm going to wear all black, and feel very creative-y, right? But we realize, or we generally feel like we're islands, I'm a creative, I'm not very understood in some cases. When you're in a place where there's not a lot of other creatives, you feel alone. And sometimes that tends to influence the way you work, where you feel like you're a loner, you feel like you work better. I mean, except you're already working in an agency, but I'm talking to the early designers right now, where the creative aura is generally a bit more introverted, and I want to change that. You're always more valuable as part of a strong team. And I'm not saying you're not valuable on your own, but I'm trying to push you to understand that learning to work with others is just as important. So a lot of us focus on killing it on the tools, killing it on finding inspiration, etc., and we can't communicate. We can't, be in a group and brainstorm together. You get it? Usually what happens is that we're very quiet and we're listening to the one person speak. So I want you to understand that it's also important for you to build the cultural skills to work with others, because design never wins alone, okay? Culture hack 3. Before you're a creative, you're a professional. And that doesn't change. It's just what it is. Get to places on time, read before, a meeting. There's certain things that you do generally as a professional. So I always encourage that whilst you are building your creative skills and your career, invest in your professional etiquette and ethic, okay? there's something that some of my designers used to do which blew my mind. They would tell me that because they are not copywriters, they cannot edit text. So if there's a typo in the text, they'll place it in the design so that the copywriter would be called to correct that. And I'm like, guys, this is not recent, this is very old in my career. Do you get what I mean? You're a professional, fix it, right? Or call it out and say that you have fixed it. Do you get what I mean? These are some of the things that I find, or people write emails, they don't sign off, they use shorthand in emails. There's little things that people just overlook, okay? So I just want to bring that back to you that before you are a creative, you're a professional. Learn to manage your time, learn to manage relationships, understand quality control, and understand communication. There's something that happened, I'll just tell you an interesting story. I was working with Francis, and I was designing, so I made this mistake. And this is why I say quality control, understanding quality control as a designer is important. I made a mistake, and you guys know what inverting is, right? So it's a circle, it's black, and then you invert and it becomes white, right? I did that for a client's logo. And unfortunately, the inverted version of the logo, there's a totally different logo in white. Do you understand? Because of the negative space. And then because we're just moving so fast and it was 11 p.m. and we're working, I just inverted the logo. And we printed it on over 15,000 bags of. So that tiny thing about quality control cost me so much money. And I mean, it was an interesting story. So just sharing, sometimes, life will teach you what you fail to learn. So just please take these notes and remember, okay? Culture hack 4, this is a hard one. Automate. Okay? Systemize and standardize. Usually the things you don't enjoy doing, okay? The things that are difficult, the things that are always repetitive. So for example, I don't really enjoy doing presentations, like designing presentations. So I have one presentation template, and anything I need to put in, I put it there. So it shortens the amount of time that I put into designing presentations very easy because I have a template. Do you get what I mean? So try to accelerate your work, accelerate repetitive and difficult tasks by building systems for how you work. And go further and systemize messy areas of your work like payment. Have an express pay, have a link that you can send to your customers, have 4 steps if you're a freelancer as to what they need to do before they even engage with you. Put it somewhere that they can see. Because chasing payments in Ghana is a very tough thing if you're not very good at it. Do you get what I mean? So for me, before you speak to me, there's a Calendly link. You click on it, you make payments, you book my time, and it's already there. So I don't have to convince you. By the time you've come, you're already ready. And it's because I don't like chasing people for money. So try to automate, systemize, and standardize the things that you find difficult or you find repetitive. Culture hack 5, we just have one more. Saying no matters more than what you say yes to. Okay, the best creatives, the best creative directors, the best artists say no to a lot of projects. So usually the only projects they work on are the ones that they really excel at. And that's what everybody talks about. Do you get what I mean? So please, check your ego. Because on one side, the reason why some people say yes to everything, even when they don't have the skills to take it all the way, is because of ego. You feel like you should be able to do it, I encourage people to grow. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. Check your ego and check your people-pleasing tendencies. Culturally, I hate to say this, but in Ghana, I feel like a lot of us are people-pleasers. Do you get what I mean? We want to meet what the circumstances call and, oh, yes, sir, I'll go sort you out, make you no worry. Do you get what I mean? So check your ego, check your people-pleasing tendencies, and turn down work you can't be your best at. I'm not saying don't challenge yourself. But sometimes the timeline doesn't work. The skills you haven't, do you get what I mean? And just turn down work that you can't be your best at. And lastly, remember, you're human. And that's something that Sharon also said. So please, set your boundaries with others and to yourself. I cannot function without 8 hours of sleep. So there are certain meetings I will not, even if you pay me $1 million, I will not take it. Do you get what I mean? Because I know who I am when I come to a meeting sleepy. Do you get what I mean? I'm married. I have an OKR, a personal OKR, right, to spend 3 hours undisrupted time with my wife every day. That is a boundary that I've set for myself. And because of that, for the first time in my life, I close work at 6 o'clock. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that like are helping me, and I'm a happier person. So the next time I show up to work, there's a lot more that I have to give. So set those boundaries. Set those boundaries with your clients. Set those boundaries with your agencies. Set those boundaries with your colleagues. Because some of your colleagues, I don't know what they're snorting, but they can work. They can work till 4 a.m. You don't have to be that person. Do you get what I mean? If that doesn't work for you, don't be that person. Protect your physical and your mental health. Know your tells and flows. I mean, I don't need to say much more here. You know, if you're not a morning person, you don't have to be a morning person. If you're not a Friday person, you don't have to be a Friday person. To be honest, people just want you to be able to do work when they need the work done. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to kill yourself to get that done, okay? Are you guys with me? Say yay?
Yay.
Awesome. I'm just going to close this off. If you have any questions, please do share. I'll take 3 questions, but I do want to invite you guys all to join our 2023 cohort for Workspace. It's a freelance community. What we do is we're the agency for freelancers, so we handle customers for you. We find you work. We find ourselves work, and then we share with you. But then we find you work, and then we handle creative direction and research. So you don't have to do any inspiration or all that stuff. We handle that. We do take a big part, a big chunk of what we're paid, but at least it helps you get very consistent work for just doing what you love. So if you're interested, please just go to this link and join us for next year, okay? Can I get a round of applause to at least know I didn't mess up?
Thank you so much, Sydney.
All right.
So we're going to take 2 questions. 1 male, 1 female.
Why?
I really don't want. You see, the truth is, Sharon and I were in the same class, so I know what she can do. So I don't want to be on her bad side. Okay.
Don't be a stranger.
Thank you so much. Sydney, thanks for the presentation. So Sydney and I are friends of sorts. We have some history. But the one question I wanted to ask is, so I find myself in an agency setting. I run a design studio as well as a magazine company.
Yeah.
And what I found, I think it was culture hack number 2, which has to do with collaboration. What I found is when you want to, in our context at least, when we want to collaborate, sometimes there's just an unwillingness. And I've diagnosed that to discover that sometimes when a person is not the originator of an idea, they just don't want to contribute because they didn't come up with it.
Yeah.
And I want to know how to navigate it because I'm strongly advocating for more collaboration across the different design disciplines. So I'm a graphic designer. I do book design, for example. It would be cool to work with illustrators who could do book cover design. It would be cool to work with people who draw typography, for example. And because I can't do all of this by myself, right? And so it helps to open the door for a whole team of people to come on board. But how do you navigate, this it's a little kink, but it's a strong thing that comes up.
It's a very strong kink, yeah.
Comes up, yes.
I love that. So there's 2 things I would say. There's leadership and then environment, okay? Usually people think collaboration starts when collaboration is needed. That's a mistake. You should always nurture collaboration before you need to collaborate. Does that make sense? So what you do during lunchtime, right? And that's why I'm saying, well, I'll start with leadership in the sense that the leader of the group or the manager, you need to also create those scenarios where people are more likely to collaborate later when you need them to collaborate, okay? By getting people to work on unrelated projects. It doesn't have to be a design project. You can get them to clean the office or, do you know what I mean? Do other things that get them to break. They call them icebreakers, right? And be very intentional about that very early on. I'll give you a very clear example that I've had. Like I've started to hire, Workspace has gone a bit beyond West Africa now. When I hire East Africans, there's a cultural clash with the West Africans. I think, I don't know what it is. Like they say the East Africans are rude. I'm like, no, they just say what they mean. And Ghanaians add please to a lot of things. It's very interesting how that works. So what I've learned is that as soon as they come in, before any work starts, I put them into a room and have them play some games. Do you get what I mean? Where they just realize, oh, these are human, and they start to, and sometimes I even do the good cop, bad cop thing, and I become the bad guy, and, force them into a situation where they have to work together unrelated. That's the environment factor. And then when they have to collaborate, they've already practiced that muscle, to be able to collaborate, and it becomes easier. So I've spoken about, so that's kind of like a bit of the 2, the leadership bit. and then you take the environment out of the work setting and invest in that early, and usually that works out down the line. Another thing also is one-on-one conversations. I don't know if that works for everyone, because you have to be able to probe in a good way, but one-on-one conversations are also important, and where it's like heartfelt. Listen, this thing you're doing is really setting us back. I believe in you. I need you. Like, tell me, what is it? Like, and I usually find that those emotional conversations can sometimes break certain people's boundaries. And I'm very transparent. I tell people when other people are going through mental health issues in some cases. So I go like, okay, guys, this is a tough time for our colleague. Can we all, like, do you know what I mean? I keep it very open and transparent. And for some reason, they break down their barriers and start to collaborate better. So I hope that's a decent answer to your question. Thank you. And the lady.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We are breaking the bias.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Please, my name is Priscilla.
Hi, Priscilla.
You made mention that we are more valuable when we work in a team or when we work with a team.
I feel like I didn't frame it exactly that way, but yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a freelancer
Yes.
for about 2 years now, and I just want to follow your advice. How then do I work with others? Because I work alone. Clients come to me alone. So how then do I work with others? I don't know,
right.
so I can be more valuable.
That's an interesting point. So I will say, teamwork doesn't only happen with people, with your work colleagues. It can also happen with the client as well, right? So that is something that you can start to practice, where you invite the client into some processes that you would usually do by yourself. For example, going through Pinterest. Do you get what I mean? It could be, I'm not saying that all of you have to do it, but if that's a muscle that you want to build, you can invite them into the brainstorming process cautiously, because clients can be, life will teach you that there's certain boundaries that you don't cross. But if that's something that you want to do, work in public settings as well. Working in a cafe, work in a co-working space, just that alone. Like right before my session, I asked, I've forgotten your name, Ajwa. Yes, Ajwa. If I should come on the stage with my phone or not. And I haven't met her before, and that was just like a nice collaboration session. Do you get what I mean? So it helps. You can use these situations to just allow yourself to open up a little bit, build certain skills, and you'd be surprised. After some time, one client will need you to partner with somebody else, somebody who's from a different discipline, or guide them, or and it just generally happens. So put yourself in those slightly uncomfortable spaces, and I think you'll do well. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sydney. Let's give it up for him. So 2 things I'm picking from Sydney's session. It's number 1, don't be pressured. Know yourself and know what you can do. And I think the second one that is very important to everybody here, learn how to say no. I can't emphasize that enough. Learn how to say no. It will really help you.
Awesome. Up next, we have a fireside chat with Eldad Nutakor and Aaron Yeboah Jr. of 2 Space. He's a visual designer and founder, and since 2010, he's constantly embarked on projects and endeavors that push creative boundaries and help the creative ecosystem in Africa and beyond. He's currently based in Accra, but has also lived in the States, South Africa, and continues to work on projects worldwide. Eldad and Aaron, take us away. Please have a round of applause for them. Sorry.
Hello, Chu. Can you hear me? All right, awesome. So first of all, I'm going to start by saying I'm nervous, which is weird because I'm hardly ever nervous on stage. But I guess Aaron is an OG, so we're in the presence of greatness. You have to. But quick introduction. My name is Eldad. I'm a curious cat, mostly in the creative and technology spaces. I believe that there is a new iteration of creative services, technology, and programs that needs to be developed for the African continent. So my mission is to kind of identify what those opportunities are and start working on them. So that's a quick summary about me. But the main man today is Aaron. So Aaron runs 2 Spaces. Is it 2 Agency?
2 Space.
2 Space. For 12 years, right?
Well, I've been in the design field for 12 years.
For about 12 years. So that's really impressive. So I'm going to leave you to just give us a bit more detail about yourself, just so everybody gets to know you, quickly before we get into the topic.
Yes, my name is Aaron Yebua Jr. I'm a visual designer. I've been in the field for about 12 years now. I run a creative agency called 2 Space. Besides that, I have a platform called African Lens that features and celebrates African photographers. We do exhibitions, we do publications, and work with photographers as well. I mean, I usually indulge in anything that pushes the creative barriers and that also elevates African creatives. So yeah, pretty much. I mean, as a Ghanaian creative, you don't just do one thing. You have so many hustles or whatever the case may be. So constantly embarking on projects that will, bring you money or bring in or enhance your skill, whatever the case may be. Yeah.
That's awesome. And because we're talking about culture a lot today, I also know you've lived in the US before, and you've worked in some other countries. What other countries are those in terms of like your experience?
As far as what specific experience?
No, as far as just your design work goes, right? Because I know you've lived in the US, probably worked in SA and some other places. Okay, so when it comes to culture, you are fairly diverse, right? You didn't grow up in Ghana, you didn't live in Ghana, so there are different perspectives to that.
Well, I did grow up in Ghana. I just lived in the States for 12 years.
Right.
And lived in SA as well. And as far as culture, I mean, everywhere is different. As Sharon mentioned, depending on where you are, I mean, there are several factors that may not be the same or you learn. But I always say that just be open-minded. Just listen. Try to unlearn. I think the key pointers and the key presentations that both Sharon and Sydney all mentioned that we learn, but also what I've realized that we need to also unlearn. There are some things that we think we are used to or whatever the case, or we have a certain perspective, but once you are dealing with a different culture, whatever the case may be, it's fine to just see things from their perspective. It's okay to, as creatives, I always say that I'm constantly a student of creativity. I'm always learning. I learn something new every single day. And I'm sure if you're a creative, you'll constantly see tools or programs that are constantly released. You always have to enhance yourself, enhance your skill. So being open-minded, I think that's the biggest thing as far as culture-wise. Because, I mean, yeah.
Right, awesome. So the main thing we want to talk about today is finding the balance, right? So in any creative endeavor, you have three parties at play. There is you, the creative, or the group or the agency that's doing the work. There is a client you're working for, and then there is a customer who is the intended audience of the work. And you need to be able to somehow find a balance between these three things, right? But as a creative, sometimes that can be difficult. So where I want to start from is like, what has been your experience with finding the balance? When you find yourself in that situation where you are the creative, you are the person who is the mind doing the work, and you have to navigate these two other entities to be able to create something that works, where do you start from? How do you start?
As a creative, I think that's a general term that we have, but I think the first thing that you should know is finding yourself. Are you just creating just for fun, or are you actually building a career? I mean, most people if you're building a career, at least you invest in yourself, you invest in your career, you treat it as a business. So if you treat it as a business, as Sydney mentioned, if you're dealing with a client, there are some certain structures that you have to follow. You have to register your business, you have to be much more organized and all that. So if you have all these things in place, then you are focused because this is your job. This is something that you are getting paid to do. And you are not just providing a creative service, you are solving a problem, you are also enhancing their business to the next level. So because it's like, let's say a client will come in, hey, help my brand. You're not just doing the logo. What color do you need? What business card? No. You are actually helping their business to grow or even elevating their business or even changing their perspective. Okay, hey, you know what? Based on our research or whatever the case may be, this may not be the proper business structure. That's our professional opinion. So it's not just about going to Photoshop and having the best Photoshop skills. No, it's about, I guess, learning how to deal with people, learning how to help people. As creatives and as designers, it's like we are magicians. We always have to guess and think and think of what others are thinking about and how we can. But I think the more we invest in ourselves and our craft and our people relationships, it really helps. I hope that makes sense.
Right. So if I'm getting you correctly, there are two things. Either I'm creating for fun,
yes,
as you know, I just want to free my mind,
yeah,
or I'm creating as a business endeavor.
Yes.
In which case, there is a lot more beyond just the actual creative output,
yeah,
which is really important. All right, so let's stay on there, because I think one of the things I've noticed, I've been around for much lesser than you, like 7 years in the creative space, but one of the things I've noticed sometimes as a creative, it can feel as though the most important thing in this entire engagement is a creative work. Is how creative the logo is how creative. And when I get hit from the business perspective of like, we don't think this works, I go into a tantrum because I just spent 2 days trying to come up with this particular concept.
Okay.
But then because of some business reason, you don't like it. And I could take offense at that. How do you navigate that? How do you navigate, and making sure you put out something that's creatively good, but then also serves the business purpose? Because the two don't always go together really well.
Yes. I would say that find your stronghold and your weakness. The things that you can't do, assign it to the right people. So like, let's say I know I can't write. I'm not a good copywriter. I have to get a copywriter to handle copywriting. When it comes to accounting, I'll get an accounting firm or a lawyer, or a small lawyer accountant to handle the finance aspect of it. I don't have to trouble myself dealing with things that I can't do. We can't do every single thing. So I think if we assign things to the right people, or if you know you're capable of doing it and you want to learn as well, hey, why not? So that if you know, okay, let's say my stronghold is just being a creative, is just to critically think and create, just focus on hammering out that. If you know you can't handle the management aspect of it, find the right person to handle that, and then that's it. Because you're treating it as a business, and you can't be a one-man business.
Right. Yeah. That's actually incredible. So this is a thought I've had before, but I think you're the first person to articulate it, right? Which is, maybe a lot of creative freelancers need business managers or just business partners.
No, and that's fine. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Because you are creatives. So, I mean, all we need to do is just create and think. Let that accountant person, because all they do is think about the math, right? They are no creators themselves. So let them handle that.
But have you been in a position where, say, maybe I'm a freelancer, I get it, okay, maybe I need a business person, but then I'm not quite there yet, so I haven't found the person yet. How do I make sure I'm able to do better when it comes to balancing the creative output versus, I guess, whatever business requirements there might be for me to be able to do my work, right? How do I get around that?
Do research, and also there are tools and there are programs that actually help you become a better freelancer per se. So let's say the fact that I don't know how to do copywriting, there's this, I think it's called AI copy.
Yeah,
you can just put a paraphrase on there, and then there you are, voila. Or you can get, let's say if I have a friend that's into accounting, hey, can you help me with the accounting aspect of it? Then that actually eases things out. But if there are some things that you can learn yourself, and there are some processes that you can do, why not to do it?
Right, okay.
Then, I mean, it's all in state. You can't just have it all at a go. It's a process. I've been in the design field for 12 years. I still have a long way to go. There are some things that I haven't achieved yet. So, I mean, just go within your means. Let it be like a climb, like a natural growth. Yes.
All right. Yeah, that's awesome.
Because I think as creatives, we put too much pressure on ourselves. As we're trying to do everything. We're trying to please a client. We're trying to, just be human, as Sydney said. Just relax. Take a break. Assign the right people to do the right things, and that's it.
Right. And I think there was a lady that asked a question about collaborating as a freelancer. Yes. Probably this could be a way to do that, right? Because if I'm looking at the scope of a project, I'm like, there are certain things that I may be able to do, and I think Sydney also mentioned it, but it doesn't play to my core strength as much as these other things. Maybe that might be an opportunity to, pull somebody else in and go like, hey, you are stronger than me in this particular thing.
Exactly.
Maybe you might want to help me do this thing, and I could just focus on the things that I'm really good at.
I mean, as Black will tell you, there are some projects that I've actually had, whereas I don't do videography.
Yeah.
I know he's good with it. Hey, Black, this is the project. Are you going to handle it? That's it. So we have, as a community, we are supposed to collaborate, and also, but I think one thing that its key is, I think, is respect. The respect has to come first. As Sydney mentioned, you will meet someone and then all of a sudden you think, oh, let's just collaborate. No, at least build a relationship with that person. Get to know that person. Get to know what they're about. It's not everything that you have to take it personal. If someone says no to you, that doesn't mean that, oh, that person doesn't like your work or doesn't like you as a person. Maybe that person that is not the right fit for that project. Right. And that's fine. So I try not to take things too personal per se, yes.
Right. All right, cool. So we have like 4 minutes. I'm going to ask a very tactical question or very practical question. And I think it's something that a lot of us have experienced here and maybe you may have experienced as well, right? Say client comes to me with a brief.
Okay.
Right? I read the brief and did what Sydney said. You know, I asked questions and I sort of created my own brief to understand what the issue is. Did some research, and the goal of that is to do something that works for the customer as well as the business.
Yes.
Right? So I've done that work. And then I take it to the client and the client is like, no, I don't like it. This is not what I think it should be. And you as a creative who's put in the time knows that you've done all the necessary research to be able to come to that particular solution. How do I navigate that?
Okay, so I guess there are 2 ways to navigate that. First of all, have structures in place, terms and conditions in place. I think most creatives just get too excited or, hey, let me just do the project, and then you have some silly clients, or I don't want to say silly, difficult clients that you have to constantly do revisions and all that. But you have terms and conditions. Okay, you know what? I'm going to only do 3 revisions. Anything beyond that is an extra charge. So you put it part of the agreement. Okay, signed. There's only going to be 3 concepts, 3 revisions. Anything beyond that is going to cost 100 CDs. The client is aware that you have 3 concepts, 3 revisions. You are aware you have 3 concepts and 3 revisions. You've done your part. So if, let's say, with what you're asking, you've utilized all the 3 concepts and 3 revisions, it states in the contract, right, that, hey, you know what, we've fulfilled all the 3 concepts, and anything beyond that will come with an extra charge. They are not going to deny that. Another way of also dealing with it is, besides having structures and terms and conditions and all that, at the end of the day, you are helping the client. It's what they want. And your job is you are giving a professional opinion. So I've done jobs that I'm not actually proud of. I will not put my name on it. I'll just do it and just hand it over to the client. Because at the end of the day, they are paying me to help them. Yeah. So at the end of the day, if they stick to blue and you believe that red is going to work and they still want blue, okay, that's fine. I'll tell you professionally why blue works and why red doesn't work. But if you still stick to blue, I'll give you the blue, but I'll not put my name on it. And I'll get paid. But then also you learn how to, it's as it becomes a learning experience, you learn how to say no. Because then once you grow, you get to know what you can do and what you can handle. So if you can't handle it and you can see those red flags, just say no, it's fine. Pass it on to the next person that will be more willing or more acceptable to do the job.
Yeah, that's a good one. Because I think sometimes as creatives, we can fall into like an all or nothing phase. It's like this project has to be the best project that goes on my portfolio or I won't do it. And that middle ground of saying that, hey, I'm going to do this and just do what the client wants, get paid, move on. But it's not one of those things I'm going to be showcasing everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, that's what any creative's goal. But I think it comes with experience.
Right.
And the more you build your portfolio, I think, well, I'm at a stage where I can say no a lot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sometimes you have to put in the work. You have to pay your dues as a creative. So just so for you to build your portfolio, just so for you to enhance your skill, just so for you to learn how to deal with clients, just do it as a learning experience. It's fine. It's okay to fail. It's okay to deal with challenges and difficulties. Design is not always about the final outcome. The process is part of it. It's actually the biggest aspect of it as well. So let it all be a learning experience. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I think for me, there is something I tell like a lot of the designers that I mentor is like Sydney said, you're a problem solver, but you should think more of yourself also as a negotiator, because if you're designing anything, there are 2 things that are happening. You're trying to help the business, but you can only help the business if you actually communicate effectively or solve a customer's problem.
Exactly.
So you need to now do this negotiating work of like understanding what the customer needs, and parlaying with the business, because sometimes business owners and clients don't inherently get it. They have their own ideas. So your professional opinion becomes important. So I think a skill that every designer should learn is negotiation, because you have to do that a lot in the course of actually trying to create whatever service that it is that you're trying to create. So that's my key takeaways from this is, one, if you're creating for business, different from if you're creating for fun. That's like really, really important. And I think you need to differentiate between those two. If in a business setting, like Sam and yourself have said, there are things that you need to learn, things that you need to put in place that will ensure that you deliver your service in a professional manner. And 3, if there are things that you don't know how to do, bring somebody else in, right? And 4, it's a long journey, so take the time to learn, experiment, try new things.
It's okay to fail as well.
Yeah, it's okay to fail. All right, awesome. I picked up a few things. I hope you picked up a few things too. We are out of time, unfortunately. So thank you very much, Aaron. This was fun. We should definitely chat a lot more.
All right, thank you.
Outside. Are we taking questions, or are we taking questions for this session? 2 questions. Okay. There is a hand here for a question. Noko, right here behind you. Lady sitting. Oh.
Hello. Hi everyone, I'm Samuela and I'm a graphic designer and a painter. You spoke about learning to say no sometimes, and my question is, how would you say no when you're working in an agency and you know that, like, you know deep down in your heart that, like, the task they're giving you, like, you can't, do it, like, and then it's like you have to do it anyways. Like, how do you, like, navigate that?
What I said as far as saying no is from a freelance perspective. I mean, if you're working for an agency, you are working for the agency. You can't say no. But I mean, if there are some things that it's difficult for you, just talk to your supervisor or your co-worker or whatever the case may be. Like, hey, this is not my stronghold. Like, you just have to know your strength and your weakness. So, but I mean, it's a matter of communication as well. Yeah. So I think from a freelance perspective, you can say no, but from an agency, you communicate with your supervisor or whatever the case may be. Yeah.
I think I want to break protocol here for a minute. Danny, I need 2 minutes. I think this is a really essential question. Do any of our speakers have any questions on that, especially responses to that, especially people who have experience working in agencies? I've been freelance my entire life, so I wouldn't know the half of that. Okay, there's a microphone. Because I think it's crucial. There are a lot of agency people here, so it's really important.
Okay, so I think that we forget. So, and it's okay because you're a junior, right? You are in an agency. But the truth is, no matter where you are, everything is negotiable. Okay? So in an agency situation, okay, you may not be able to say no, but you can ask for more time. You can negotiate your way out of a job. Those things happen. But because you feel you're in a junior role, you're not sure you can ask. But I'm sorry, people do it all the time. So let's say a job is, they're briefing all of us, and then everyone is around. And then you know how we toss around work. Oh, no, you do it. You are good with 3D. Oh, no, you do this. You are good. That's the same way you can also negotiate your way out of something into something. It's like, oh, you know what? You do this one, I'll do the next one. Like, there are ways to get around it. So the concept of saying no still actually exists even when you are not freelance. Just how you work it out. Negotiate your time. Yeah.
Negotiations, people. All right, thank you very much. Okay.
I just want to add also, ask yourself, why don't you want to do it? Is it just, I don't really enjoy doing this work? Because it's hard, but sometimes you have to pay your dues. Like Aaron said, at the beginning of your career, you're going to do some work that you're not very happy with, you're not excited about. But in the long run, it does help you grow. So find out why don't you like it. Maybe try it this time, then okay, this definitely doesn't work for me. Then next time you have a stronger case to, like Sharon said, negotiate out of it.
That's a good point.
Right, and one more thing, I've learned this during freelance, so I don't know about the agency setting, but it's like transparent disclaimers, right? So when a client says to me, like, hey, do this in 2 weeks, and I know it's not possible in 2 weeks, I'm going to start with, technically from experience, we are not going to be able to do this in 2 weeks. However, I understand you're in a time crunch, and you want to be able to do this in 2 weeks, so we're going to give it our best shot. But in a week, we will sink in and let you know if it's feasible to be able to hit that 2 week deadline, right? So what you do there is you acknowledge the fact that I can't pull this off within the time, but I'm going to try. and set a milestone to check in. Because usually what happens is when you go no immediately, you can start a fight, right? So you want to like ease them into realizing the fact that they may not be able to hit it, right? But that's work from a freelance perspective. So I can't speak to agencies, but I think negotiation is key. One more question, and then our time is up. Any other questions? I think there was a hand. Okay.
There's one more.
There is a hand.
I think there's one.
Okay, first and foremost, thank you. I would like to say that for the few years I've been working in the design industry, I've noticed that there's a culture of dishonesty when it comes to the relationship between the client and you as a creator. So I would like to know your philosophy on this. What, for example, when it comes to, you raised the point about delegating certain aspects of the work. Yeah. Sometimes the creator might have the opinion that, since I'm the one communicating with the client, he doesn't need to know this. So it will just be a side relationship between me and whoever I've delegated. So I want to know your philosophy on this. Is it like a hard no when it comes to being honest, 100% honest with your client, or is it a depends kind of situation?
Wait, I think you're asking two different things, right?
No, basically, I just want to know what your philosophy is when it comes to
dishonesty,
honesty with clients.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honesty with clients. I mean, it's a matter of, let's say, I get a project that's video based. Again, I don't do video, so I'll let the client know that, hey, this is the situation. As a creative agent, on our website, it doesn't show that I do videos. Clearly, it doesn't show. But we get here and there that, hey, let's say it's a branding job. Oh, we need to do videos as well. Oh, we can do that. So I'll commission that job to a videographer. You can just straightforward to the client. I think we culturally, we say yes and please without actually processing and thinking thoroughly. So just be transparent with the client. Okay, you know what? We don't actually do video services, but we usually, in situations like this, we outsource. As simple as that. Or you can just say yes if you know very well you have already a go-to person that you go to and you work with frequently. So the client doesn't necessarily have to know. If you know that you have a go-to person that you work with that you know can deliver. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so quick addition. I think sometimes it also depends on who you're working with, right? I run a collective, so I don't have like a full-on agency. There's a network of people that I've built over the last 7 years that I work with. Some people are great at interfacing with the clients directly, other people are not.
Yeah.
Right? So I, as the person who is in charge of the project, need to understand that, okay, person A will be okay getting on a call with the client and communicating about what they've done. Person B may not be able to do that. So I need to be intelligent about, deciding who do I put face to face with the client, at each stage. Because I've had situations where I put people in front of the client and I'm like, that's a bad idea.
Okay.
Right? Because they don't have the tact or whatever negotiation abilities you need to respond to certain things. They come in hot, right?
Yeah.
And that ruins the relationship I have with the client. Yes. So I think when it comes to how transparent you are, you should be absolutely transparent about, hey, I'm outsourcing this bit of the work to somebody else. But as to whether that person gets to interface with a client, I think it's a decision you need to make as and when you do the projects, because not everybody is great at it. If you want everybody in your collective or your team to do that, you have to train them on how to do it, because it's not natural. It's a skill that you have to learn, right? So that would be like my addition to be transparent, but then you get to decide how they interface, right? So thank you very much. It was fun having a chat with you, Aaron.
Awesome. Up next, we have a presentation by Danny, who is the founder and president of dEX, and also the founder and president of Third Law. Danny, I don't think I need to introduce you more than that.
Yeah.
Can we please give him a round of applause?
Let's give it up for the one and only
Hi.
Mr. Daniel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can we do a quick stretch? I think we've been sitting for some time, right?
Up, guys.
Stretch.
Up. Okay, so hands in the air. Hands in the air. stretch. Nice one. Now move to your left, straight to the left, to the right. Cool.
So I'll be doing a very simple presentation. You can take your seats now, thank you. What we have been doing so far, just to give you a very clear idea of what we have been up to. So a couple of years back, a few friends and I, we thought that it would be a great idea to start conversations. And fundamentally, it was because of this very statement up here, that for anything to thrive, it requires constant conversations about its state and how we can all contribute to improve it, right? A lot of people sit in so many areas and they talk about state of design in Ghana, what are we doing, and all of that. And for us, we had a lot of these conversations at Second Cap Accra Mall. We used to hang out a lot. And so we thought it would be a good course to see if we can do something about the state of design in Ghana. We just wanted to try, right? We wanted to find a way, because people said, oh, there's a lot of division. I mean, people don't want to share their fonts with people, right? People they don't want to share the templates and all of that. So we thought it would be a good idea to find a way of making something like that work. And so the first thing was to try and foster community building. The next thing was to connect creatives to industry and vice versa, because there were a lot of people in school who would leave school and have no idea where they want to work, right? And so we wanted to find a way. And lastly, empower creatives so that they can charge more zeros, right? And so we started with a conference. Even the first event wasn't really a conference. It was more or less a gathering. There's a picture we took when we were, in fact, we were brainstorming on the very first events that we organized. You can see that the faces are very, very small, and the women, we'll talk about them. Yeah, but the women didn't show up for the meeting, that's the truth. So, and so we started with the first one. In fact, it was just supposed to be a few friends, but a lot of people reacted very well to it. In the end, something that was supposed to have just about 30 people ended having over 100 people showing up, right? A lot of people didn't even register before coming, and they ate our food. And so from the first event, a lot of conversations came up. People thought, so especially the topic Sharon spoke about, that where are the female designers? It was the first thing that a lot of people raised in our first event. So we wanted to prove them wrong. We wanted to tell them that there are a lot of really, really good female designers in the space. And so in the second edition, we brought together a very solid team of female creators. Sharon was there. That's an old picture. Yeah, so, and then we moved on to the next one. We thought it would also be good to find a way of helping creatives get better at the business they do, right? Because a lot of creatives, they like to stick to the fonts and then the shapes and the colors sometimes, but sometimes they need to put something in their pocket too. So we took that direction. And then the following year, we expanded on that. It was COVID, so we did an online event. And then, so a very important question. People wondered, and well, we also wondered that is a one-day event even enough to change anything about design in Ghana, right? And we'll find out if that was, so before my presentation, I mean, because of the planning, I didn't even have time to think about what I was going to do. So I actually reached out to a few people and asked them, I've been seeing that you've been working with this guy. How did you guys meet, right? And so I picked screenshots of some guys. And the first guy said, dEX is where I met Junior K. Junior K is Eddie. After stalking him, Emmanuel Vanderpoel, an actual one which had an impact in my life, right, in Oshgansa. And according to him, Oshgansa gives him a lot of gigs. So you may be getting your gigs from the speakers we have seated over here. So after that, you can connect. The other person also said that, so I spoke with Jerry Bass, that's Arts Gold. I think he's here somewhere. I had been seeing a lot of the work they were doing online. And then I asked them how they met, and said they had never met. They actually met at dEX, and they started working. And I just shared, I took a screenshot of one of their works that they collaborated to work on. Really beautiful work, right? And in fact, I have more screenshots. This is from Isel. In fact, every single screenshot I took, I didn't even tell them about it. But this one guy said he actually got to know about Chris Do through dEX, right? And at the end of the day, I mean, it's a long story, but he ended up getting a signed copy of a book from Blair Enns. And in his last screenshot, he said that, I just thought it would be nice to share and say thanks to Blair Enns for his kind gesture that changed at least one life, mine. And to the other contributors, Chris Doe and dEX Ghana, who made this possible unknowingly, right? So, in fact, I think last night I was having a chat with Ed, and I asked him the same question. Who in dEX, who did you meet at dEX? And he mentioned to me that he actually met Kadi and Natasha, where at the Kai say, I'm sorry for the pitching, say I meet them for dEX first, where we go ahead to do great things. So, I mean, at this point, I'll invite him so that he'll come and share the great things that they are doing, and then I'll continue with my presentation, and then we will wrap up.
Hi, I'm Ed. My full name is actually Emmanuel Denchi, so Ed is actually my initial. So just as
it's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. It's my birthday. It's my birthday.
He didn't know about this, okay? He didn't know about this. So we want to sing a birthday song for him right now, and cut some small cake, and then we continue our presentation. All right. So can we all sing happy birthday?
Okay, so on 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Don't cry, you. Happy birthday. Dear Ed.
Happy birthday. Okay, so they said the cake is coming. I'll let him finish his presentation and then we'll cut the cake.
I want to know his age.
Move.
I'm not going to cry. Okay, so on presentation. So just as Daniel shared, dEX began with conversations, and we've been having conversations about the problems the industry is facing and problems creatives are facing, and all those things. But after conversations, actions need to be taken. Actions needs to be taken after we have those conversations to see the effect of what those conversations brought up. And I think one thing that dEX as an organization has been focusing on is the value of community and education. And we believe that if you've ever been to like a dEX event before and you took the talk seriously, you took your networking seriously, you are 80%, there's an 80% probability that you are in a better place today than you were last year. And in fact, I think most of the people in my close circles, we do have conversations like this all the time, and you see the progress in what the value of the community is giving to everybody, and that's a very beautiful thing to see. This presentation is basically about how do we take all these conversations and actions to the next step. And I think one thing that we hold very dearly at dEX and other organizations that we are a part of is the belief in the Ghanaian creative. We feel like sometimes some creatives are unable to freely express themselves because obviously real life is happening. There's all these issues about the economy and agency work and working with clients and dealing with all these things that sometimes go to an extent to kill some creativity or some creative ideas of creatives. And this belief we have in the Ghanaian creative is why I'm here today to make some announcements. And this wouldn't have been possible without collaboration, as we mentioned earlier. And I've titled this slide Collaboration, a Ghanaian Creative Daydream, because there's been a lot of conversations at conferences I've attended that Ghanaian creatives don't like collaborating. People find it difficult to collaborate with people and all those things. And I feel like one major problem, which I believe is the reason people are not collaborating, is that people have real lives, people have real jobs. So if you want to collaborate on something and it doesn't really align with my values as a creative or as a person, or I don't see the benefits I'm getting from it, most of the time it's like the immediate benefits, I'm not going to willingly give up my time to collaborate, and that's the bitter truth. No matter how dope the idea seems, no matter how in love I am with the idea, I still have bills to pay and I still have things to take care of. So the collaboration was most probably not happen. So sometimes these collaborative ideas just remain as dreams and they are unable to be realized. So this is why myself and Kadi, who I met at dEX, the very first dEX event, he also runs another organization called EFIA and Squidmark as well, focused on the animation and creative industry. And we thought it wise that why not create a fund that would be able to help creatives bring their creative ideas that do not have any necessarily like clients or financial boundaries tied to it, so that we could give them, access to opportunities, education, funding to, get their creative ideas out, even if it's just experiments with no strings attached. And we are partnering with Newcomer, dEX, ADP List, Effect Studios, Kada, James Bado, Efia, and of course, Squid Magazine to bring up this fund. So basically, we are offering funding, mentorships, and access to design courses or creative courses for anybody who would like to learn a thing or two. And it's a fund that's going to open once every quarter, so 4 cycles in a year with a very specific focus. So this quarter that is open from now till the end of till the first week in November is focused primarily on the animators and illustrators. And it's a cycle that closes on the 4th of November. So you have like from now till the 4th to submit a project, whether it's funding you need for the project or it's you need to buy some gadgets or you need to pay for some courses. This is why we've created the fund. But it's not, the goal eventually is to be able to get to a place where we are able to like fully fund some of these things. But for starters, we have like very limited resources. So we'll just try to do the best that we can with what we have. So the first cycle has 10K in the pot for 5 animators and illustrators who submit a project that needs to be funded. And basically, if you need like any more information on this, you can visit this link or just visit my Instagram page. The link is in the bio. There's all the information you need on how to submit a project for funding or whatever it is that you need. And then we will help you out. And then there are other partner funds as well. So Newcomer also offers £100 every month to creatives, so you could check that one out as well. And then there's also Fund in Black and White by James Bado, who is also a co-founder of ADP List, which is going to be open soon to creating opportunities and funding entrepreneurial-minded students and startups and impact initiatives that they believe are going to thrive in Africa. So I believe that it's a great time to be an African creative, and just get to know somebody over here before you leave, because you never know where it might, lead you to. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the show.
Okay, hello. So, unfortunately, the cake, we'll deal with it behind the scenes. So I started with a question. The music, thank you. So I started with a question: is a one-day event enough? I think it probably is, right? Because for a lot of people, this is where they will meet the people who may change their lives. And the last part of what I want to talk about is the community. So, we're a community. For every single member of dEX, they run their own design businesses. And so don't even think about the next person next to you as a competitor, right? So, I said community is powered by collaboration, okay? And we believe that we can do something as a collective. So if we're able to even create a possibility that allows designers to thrive, I think we have done a pretty good job, don't you think so? So we want to start something very small and find ways and means of just helping people out. Just like the way there are funds out there. We want to, in any way, help creatives grow, help them understand the space that they are in. And so we have a very simple form out there that you can just sign up, and then we'll get back to you, and then we'll look at even how we can help you as a creative. We don't have money. It's the fund people who have money, but we can support in expertise and in skill. And thank you so much for your time, and I'm very grateful to all the speakers who are here today. We reached out to a lot of people, but you are the ones who responded to them, so we are very, very grateful for your time here today. Thank you. So enjoy the rest of the event.
Danny and Ed, thank you so much. Right now we have a 15-minute break. You can go and get a snack, use the washroom, get some water, say hi to your crush. We'll be right back in 15 minutes. Back in 15 minutes, and we have a really awesome panel discussion lined up.
Yeah. Please don't forget networking, network. Don't be shy.
It's my birthday, it's my birthday, I'ma spend my money. It's my birthday, I'ma spend my money. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. I'ma turn up, we can take it higher. We can burn up, set this place on fire. Ooh, it's hot, damn it's hot, ooh baby. I won't stop, we won't stop, we gon' get real crazy. I'ma spend a dollar. We gon' burn it down like we don't care. I'ma throw my hands up in the air. I'ma call you mama, mommy call me papa. We gon' get down like you know what's up. The world don't matter, your problem don't matter. Cause we gon' get dumb data. Ay. It's my birthday, I'ma spend my money. Pretty lady, you should be my honey. Lord of mercy, pretty baby, come with me. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. It's my birthday, I'ma spend $1. Pretty lady, won't you let me holla? Holla at ya, won't you be my fantasy? Girl, I got ya, you look like my destiny. Mamacita, señorita, ven aquí. Que bonita, I can speak in Japanese. Kawaii, I want your body. Come with me, girl, let's go party. I'ma get the dollar. Get it over here and get it over there. I'ma throw my hands up in the air, in the air. I'ma call you baby, be my baby. We gon' burn the town, crazy. Time for drinks, no time to think. Let's do a thing, the thing. Ay. I'ma go spend some dollars. Go on and scream and holla. Put my hands in the air. Party like I don't care. Where the ladies, where the girls. It's a party, come with me. Pretty ladies around the world. It's a party, come with me. It's my birthday, I'ma spend my money. Pretty lady, you should be my honey. Lord of mercy, pretty baby, come with me. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. It's my birthday, I'ma spend my money. It's my birthday, I'ma spend my money. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. I'ma turn up, we can take it higher. We can burn up, set this place on fire. Ooh, it's hot, damn it's hot, ooh baby. I won't stop, we won't stop, we gon' get real crazy. I'ma spend $1. We gon' burn it down like we don't care. I'ma throw my hands up in the air. I'ma call you mama, mommy call me papa. We gon' get down like you know what's up. The world don't matter, your problem don't matter. Cause we gon' get dumb data. Ay. It's my birthday, I'ma spend my money. Pretty lady, you should be my honey. Lord of mercy, pretty baby, come with me. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. It's my birthday, I'ma mamacita, señorita, ven aquí. Que bonita, que bonita. I can speak in Japanese. Kawaii, kawaii, kawaii. I want your body. Come with me, come with me, come with me, girl. Let's go party.
I'ma get the dollar, 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 dollar. Get it over here and get it over there. I'ma throw my hands up in the air, in the air. I'ma call you baby, baby, be my baby. We gon' burn the town, crazy. Time for drinks, no time to think. Let's do a thing, the thing. Ay.
I'ma go spend some dollars. Go on and scream and holler. Put my hands in the air. Party like I don't care. Where the ladies, where the girls. It's a party, come with me. Pretty ladies around the world. It's a party, come with me. It's my birthday, it's my birthday. I'ma spend my money. Pretty lady, you should be my honey. Lord of mercy, pretty baby, come with me. It's my birthday, I'ma live my fantasy. It's my birthday, I'ma spend my money.
And bend over. Sugar daddy. Puff, puff, pass. My Mary Jane. I'm high on life. Wanna meditate. So allow me, make I enjoy life. This problem not the finish. Every day different. Wahala. Problem not the finish. I just wanna party every day. I just wanna party every day. So pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it.
Pass me the dutchie. Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. Grind on me, bust it down like you love me. You wanna touch it, squeeze on it for me. Yeah. Bring it to me, sit it on my lap all day. Wanna bring your girlfriend, that's okay. Wanna take you to my place. Give me the baba, we on our way. Came with you and she seen my face. Left come around, you wanna roll my day. Don't take it.
Pretty girl, come wine pon the cocky. 10 toes, one girl, make it touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it.
I got no more big day. Just got on my defense. They do things for the end. Swear you go like me. Can I be your man? Bad friend with no relay. Doing all the things you like. My temperature rising. You be my queen, I don't need no rules. It's a love song, I don't need no blues. You be my sugar, I don't need no juice. Baby, loving you is a must. What have I done, girl, I have no clue. From a distance, girl, I'm feeling good. Steady on the grind, I've been making moves. Cause I want to satisfy ya. Cause you my medicine. Cause you my remedy. When you wake up for money, I go there by your side. Oh baby, girl, we can never go wrong. You no go use your body play. No go use your do test strong. Don't me I no go do it down. You know it's your heart, you know. Nobody else can take your throne. Whenever you need. The last time that I slept, My girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See my girl, the last time that I checked, see nothing ain't changed yet. Except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't be nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Shoes is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The shoes is so cold, my nigga. When nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want live, cause I'm complete. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. Me, I know the hate on no brother. Me, I just want live, cause I'm complete. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside.
Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Security! DJ Wallpaper. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Me got a girl on me bed right now. She says she no one leave. She tell me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back quick. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris. You fucking with the creme de la creme. Say she never seen a guy like me. She confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really want a flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Clarity won't be me. Screw all the niggas them out me. I stand me looking fresh and clean. Even if you put me on the cane.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life regardless, cause trouble never gets no honey. More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life regardless, cause trouble never gets no honey. Me I came and conquer the game. Me not come to play. Sexy girl them sing my name. Yeah. Me I came and conquer the game. Me not come to play. Yeah. Oh my, we dey ball like it drove out. We going up, never go down. And we stay fly, never sober. Yeah, pull up in the Rover. Make the girl them wanna go mad. Pull up in the G-Waggy, oh my. Make your girl all over, come here. Charlie Sikaye paying Kwana damaging so. Mr. Adia, we are about to share me three more. Hey, more than I know. I will like a fame more than I know. Can I know? I'm a you don't know.
Hi guys, let's start getting seated. We're about to get started.
Stacking up my money, no time for your shit. Money kulakbo, I don't care for your hate. Me no fighting. Me no fighting. Throwing down drums from bungalow out there. I did my penthouse, you can't even reach me. Me no frightened. It is not your fight, stand down. I'm not the one, calm down. You know I'm not your problem. You can't be me, why bother? Don't have your time now. Ole mumi bow down. To bambino farabale. Oboya ko lari mole. Okay. It's okay, let them see. Trouble no they pay me. Kinjaye on a daily. Okay. We go there, okay. I just want to hear me. Look. for my yard. And like a that, he go be, he go see, he go feel because the blessings follow my yard. Blessings follow my yard, yeah, yeah. That's why I sniff my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, don't disturb me, cha cha cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, don't disturb me, cha cha cha. I finna run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Lord save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh, no, 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 no. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha cha cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. You don't go to my even 100. You look up, I see that no boy well. Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last guy, you spend down. Everything I do, I under 50, under. Me under be under 50, understand. That's the way you do me, I under. Grip. Round two, quick. Round TDA, pelebe. Next day we go do one for your place. Make sure that your daddy is known. Make sure that your mommy is known. Switch off that television. Netflix know what I came here for. Shawty better shut your door. Cause I know one disturb me, boy. Shawty like it when I drill a hole. When I finish, I go. Sugar cane sweet, but girl, your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, join your chin now, girl, don't talk. Come in like a thief in a night long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. I join your chin now, girl, don't know. Taking it a break, I me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me. Yeah, follow. If be you, I go follow. And I hope you know, say you be Doro. You dey like Doro, Gucci, oh, follow. If be you, I go follow. And I hope you know, say you be Doro. You dey like Doro, Gucci. Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love.
Please, let's get seated. Let's get seated. Please, let's start moving to our seats.
You give me life. You gon' make me give you all of my like cheddar. So I want you bad, I want you now, I want you now. Bye Miami baby, let me say boy I'm lady. Bye Miami baby, let me say boy I'm dear. You do them fine, you too got them fine. Bye Miami baby, let me say boy I'm lady. Bye Miami baby, let me say boy I'm dear. You do them fine, you too got them fine. It I just one day. Happiness, if I broke, now my business. When I show you, go bright. And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the tub. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, I me a stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even warning. If you fall in love, clearly certain. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm a quest and feet, I just want it. Happiness, if I broke, now my business. When I show you, go bright. All I care for the night. If I broke, now my business. I shall know you go bright. All I care for the night. FNESS, if you be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take I'm serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I'll be done with that somebody that could do like me. Man, I be like Musala coming off the right wing. I cut to your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a horse, finesse. You know, send me, I'm a snack. I go carry go. If me I got money past you, if you're not careful, finesse. You know, send me a must net. I go carry go. If me I got money past you, if you're not careful, finesse. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go bright. All I care for the night. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go bright. I'm in a big mood, call I feel you. Something will go cool in my body, tell me what you do. I'm in a big mood, call I feel you. Something will go cool in my body, tell me what you do. Make we go December, but some liquor they do me jet. Get something sweet to put on my head, that's why. Now you the cool in my stress, so yeah. Make we go December. But some liquor they do me jet. Get something sweet to put on my head, that's right. Now you the cool in my stress, so yeah. I'm in a big mood, girl I dey feel you. I know say I love cause passing money, but I still want you. I'm in a big mood, girl I dey want you. Now only you, if you cool on my back, nobody but you. Yeah. Every night I go dey rock your body. Baby girl we go dey no solo. Nobody fit tell me to leave my baby. Bend every night if it come to baby. Me and you, when you wake up, girl, you splashing on me. Yeah, Lula sweat all on me. Like the design, we be dripping on me. Maybe that's why I don't feel it. Yeah, I'm in a big mood. Call I feel you. Something will go cool in my body. Tell me what you do. Turn up your body, make you feel alright. Flying the Kelly, we go cool my mind. I won't do anything I want tonight. Make we do anything we want tonight. Turn up your body, make you feel alright. Flying the Kelly, we go cool my mind. I won't do anything I want tonight. Make we do anything we want. Say I go take, I go take, oh yeah, oh yeah, I go take, I go take, I go take, don't yeah, la rote. She like go take, oh yeah, oh yeah, I go take. She done dey pay, oh yeah, she like it fast slowly. Sometimes she dey confuse me.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's start moving towards our seats. There are lots of people at the gates. Please, let's sit down. Please, let's get seated. Okay. You live in Ghana, right? Okay. Please, let's move forward. Let's move forward.
I like woman, I dey straightforward. I like truth and I dey rock rumors. I don't know what you want to do, but make you let me know if you go show up well. Because I don't buy this, so I don't buy Chayo for Yado. I don't call Gaga, I don't call my guys around. I don't call my mama, I tell them say you buy.
Hello. Okay. Can we please move forward? There are lots of empty spaces. If you just joined us online, we are live on YouTube and Twitter at dEX_Ghana. This is our 5th anniversary. We're about to get started with the next session.
Disappointment, I'm gonna disappoint me. You get confusion. I'm gonna disappoint me. But you get disappoint. Life is a Samaritan. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Now my past laws say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my revenge, flow like a river. If you get your back, come on, go and sit down. I go just para, come on, my teacher. I go just stay, follow my dream. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your condo lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my wise man.
Awesome. Welcome back from a quick commercial break. Up next, we have a panel discussion moderated by Joanna. So, Joanna, are you ready? Awesome. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Much better. Or some of us are still hungry. Sorry about that. My name is Joanna, and I will be the moderator for this session. I know that we are already behind time, so I would go straight to introducing my panel for this afternoon. For the first person, I would like to call Mohamida El Muhajir. And Mohamida is a global brand and digital marketing and media consultant. She's also an entrepreneur and filmmaker with extensive international travel, study, and work experience throughout Europe, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And she's also the director of strategy at Waxprint Media. Nice to have you, Mohamida. Next on my list is, sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Next on my list is Henry Mauli Adobo. And as a creative, Mauli has sprinkled magic over distinct brands across 6 African markets. His 9 years of experience working in diverse industries has resulted in his work picking up awards from West Africa Digital Media Awards, Picture Awards, and Gong Gong Awards. He's currently the creative director at Echo House. Nice to have you, Mauli. And last but not least, I have Frances Kwakupong.
Yeah, done.
And for Frances, over the last 10 years, has built Jam Jar Company Limited, a creative solutions company that focuses on corporate and creative events and project management on the African continent. And Jam Jar's clients include Fortune 500 companies such as Meta, Dago, Alibaba, NFL, Swift, and the World Economic Forum, just to name a few. And she has also executed projects in 12 countries across the continent and continue to expand. I think the recent one I saw of you was on the DW 77. Yeah, that was really cool. So thanks for joining us. Can we give our panel a round of applause? Yeah, so in just about, I mean, I've introduced you guys a bit about your background, but in just about 30 seconds, can you tell us something about you that we don't know yet? So I'll start from Mohamida.
Hi, I'll just say that my creative journey is probably a little bit different than most creatives. I started out as a pre-med major in school, but I always had an interest in creativity and film, so I minored in film and communications. And then I had the opportunity to have one of my first jobs in the industry. I worked at Nike. My background is in marketing, but I was able to work at a powerhouse of product design, graphic design, marketing, advertising, so that really helped me develop very, very early in my career at one of the biggest global brands in the world, and really helped me, just integrate my creative side with the marketing, which is what I've done throughout the rest of my career.
Wow. I hope you brought some sneakers for all of us. Mauli.
Yeah. Mine is actually also quite interesting because I started right from school in university. So I was picked up, and one of my first projects was a very huge one. So I was like just thrown into the deep end, and then I had to learn quickly, pick things up quickly, and then that expanded over a couple of African countries. So from telcos to all other brands, I've kind of touched on it. So Nigeria, Liberia, Ghana, I've kind of experienced the cultures and then the way marketing and then the way advertising also works in those places. So that's a bit of the journey.
That's cool. Princess?
So mine is probably similar to Mohameda's. So I actually have a master's in globalization and development. My goal was always to work with the UN. And I worked on the Ebola mission in Sierra Leone in 2015. So at the same time, I was sort of developing Jam Jar, and then when I got back, I decided to take Jam Jar sort of full steam ahead. So my background is sort of wasn't inherently creative, but I've always loved organizing things and putting things together, and sort of stumbled and fell into where I am now. So yeah.
Nice. I'm going to start off with Mauli, since you are sandwiched in between the ladies. When we consider Ghanaian design, when we talk about design in Ghana, what does it look like, and what exactly is Ghanaian design?
That was an interesting question I saw, because I've been asking around actually, and it's a lot of different answers. For me, I don't think we have Ghanaian design yet. There are things we see that we can incorporate from our culture, from our visuals, or from even the languages we speak, that we can say makes a design Ghanaian or inherently Ghanaian. But there is nothing like Ghanaian design, or this is the Ghanaian design standard. If we want to follow the Ghanaian design standard, then we are looking into the negatives, because what we are seeing currently, or what we've seen around currently in terms of the branding or the billboards and stuff, I won't call Ghanaian, I'll call people trying to create or design or do stuff. But then in terms of it being Ghanaian, I would say it's the story it's telling, or the symbolism it's bringing out, or even the people that we are using to tell that story. That's what will make it Ghanaian design. I don't want to say it is how somebody's placing copy or something on a billboard, or the colors they are using, or if you see a lot of reds or greens in it, that's what makes it Ghanaian.
The Ghana flag.
It's really, what story is your design telling? What message is it sending across? That is what I'll call Ghanaian design.
Interesting. Frances, I'm coming to you because we are talking about how Ghanaians consume design and how their culture influences the creative decision making. Can you describe to us your creative process? Because you have a background in organizing events for corporates and I mean Fortune 500 companies.
Yeah.
Can you describe to us your creative process?
So for me, it's really about, I guess I'm always really inspired by like immersion. So when I was at university, I worked in restaurants, bars, you know, hustling, trying to sort of get through university. And I think something for me when I started putting event experiences together and just brand experiences together was really trying to understand how people will experience the brand from the minute they enter the space. So when I'm sort of in a creative process or creative design process, I'm immersing myself into when I am entering a space, how do I want the people to experience things? What do I want them to feel? How do I want them to understand things? And I think that cuts across even with when you're designing websites or graphic design, all of that comes into play when you're building a brand experience of some kind. So for me, it's, you know, like linking to culture and Ghanaian culture and how Ghanaian consumers consume design and things like that. I think it's about understanding how Ghanaians culturally do things. So for example, when you go to someone's house, what's the first thing they offer you? Anyone? Water, a drink, right? So why would I not at an event, when you start the event, have an experience or at least offer people something to drink? Because culturally, that is something that subconsciously people are just going to relate to, right? That's what makes it maybe a little bit Ghanaian or a little bit more hospitable than another type of event. I wouldn't want to keep my guests hungry for 3 hours or thirsty for 3 hours because then I don't get the best out of my Ghanaian consumers, right? So for me, it's really about thinking about it more than just this is the event, this is what I'm trying to achieve. It's really that immersive sort of experience. And then regardless of what brand you're really working with, you are at least creating a foundation of this is what it means to have a high quality Ghanaian event because we're considering all of these things. We're not just considering, you know, what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah. Just to get a sense of the room, how many of us currently have something that is fully Ghanaian produced? Can I see my hand?
Can I ask, what does that mean when you mean
like
Ghanaian produced?
that is completely Ghanaian from scratch to
like
finish.
It was made.
Yeah, that
fully
was
in
made.
Ghana.
Yeah. So produced full. Okay, I see a hand here. I see a hand here. Okay, how many of us are comfortable buying from Ghanaian designers? Okay. Yeah, someone is asking, are you sure? Okay, all right. Who in this room is currently wearing a Ghanaian shoe?
Not me.
I see one here. Okay, all right. I'm coming to you, Mohamida. Sorry.
I'm wearing a Ghanaian shirt.
You're wearing a Ghanaian shirt. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm coming to you, Mohamida, because you realize that the influences in the Ghanaian markets have a lot of Western, there's a lot of Western influences in the creativity of Ghanaian markets, right? How do you see us reversing this? I mean, when you consider the movie industry, all the things that are breaking the boxes for Silverbird Cinema is movies coming from outside, right? When you consider fashion, I mean, Ghanaian fashion is doing quite well, but then it has taken people coming from outside of Ghana to kind of like put it on a certain map. So how do you see us reversing this role such that we are rather the exporters of Ghanaian design and creative work?
I really see that is happening right now at a really fast pace. I think when you're in Ghana, sometimes it's a little bit difficult to see, but outside of Ghana, there's so many aspects of Ghanaian culture that are seen as Africa. When people think about Africa, I think I have a couple of videos, but when people think about, African design or something, usually they're Ghanaian elements. They're Akan, symbols. It's kente cloth. There's the Ashanti stool. There's all these elements. This I just actually saw yesterday. This is Janet Jackson's new 25th anniversary of her Velvet Rope album. You see, this is what is on the opening of the video, right? I mean, when people think about incorporating African elements, what they consider African, so much of it is actually Ghanaian. And I think that being in Ghana, people don't really see how it is outside and see how people see Ghana and Ghanaian culture. I saw the Woman King film, and there was the king who's in Benin, Dahomey, and they were sitting on Ashanti stools, right? Like, there's a lot, and I think that as designers and as creatives in Ghana and on the continent, we have to take more control of that. People have that as of interest. We have the choice sometimes. You have the choice to come out Western style, or I can have a choice to come out with, African wear. You have that choice, whereas other people may not. So you don't always have to do things that are so, traditionally African or Ghanaian, but I think now there's a lot more openness and appreciation for that. And as people who are here, who come from this culture, I think that you can really establish that, as we said, Ghanaian design, just really kind of pushing those elements as far as you can, because the rest of the world, I mean, I think there's another picture, I don't know, of Harvard University's black graduating class, everyone had on kente stoles. I mean, so the culture is there, but embrace it and take hold of it and really push it. And I think it now more than ever before is a time that can be appreciated.
Yeah, I think I wanted to add.
Yeah. Princess, you can go.
No, I wanted to add to that. I think in terms of how we reverse it, it's not so much the rest of the world appreciating what we do, but it's us appreciating what we have. I think that this sort of when we were all growing up, it was when you grew up in Ghana, it wasn't about what was locally consumable. It was what could you get from outside and bring back. And then eventually that has kind of evolved to, what is actually local that I can enjoy? And I think you also have to remember that economics comes into it, because if you are, KFC and Burger King are aspirational. They're for people who haven't had the opportunity necessarily to go to America and experience Burger King and KFC. People who have traveled out of town, who have experienced KFC and Burger King are like, why is KFC and Burger King here, right? But from an aspirational perspective, those brands mean something economically. The fact that you can afford that means that I've reached a certain level and a certain status to be able to afford it. So to then expect those people who are trying to achieve more and achieve those brands that mean something and say, well, no, now you need to just be liking Ghanaian brands. They're like, well, no, why? Because I want to be able to afford Nike. I don't want to just be able to purchase a Ghanaian sort of shoe product. I can do that as well, but there's also some kind of economic aspiration to it. So I think there's different ways of thinking about it, and I think it's also appreciating that people have a different economic experience of brands and design as well.
Just to add, I'll go one from here and then one from here. But basically, what's happening is currently our design is seen outside, but it's not by us mostly. Mm-hmm. We are not telling the stories ourselves. We are not putting the things out there ourselves. We are allowing the Western market to still tap into our stories and tell the stories for us, which is somewhere that we need to start moving towards or moving to. For example, the young creatives here or the young ones here should start having the confidence to tell their Okonfanoche story or the story about Kinte properly, so that when you see it there around someone's neck in Harvard, you know the origin of the story, you know that this is Ghanaian, you know that this is from us. So it's about how do we start owning the stories and telling them in our way and the way we want to tell them, rather than having bits and pieces of the stories being told. So you're not getting the full picture, you're not getting the full appreciation of the culture. You're just, this is from Ghana, or this is from Africa. That's where we are right now. So there's that. And then for the economic side and the westernization, is about, if we tell our stories and we have the backing here, then we can sell those stories. We can sell the products from here. We can sell the stuff we have from here and build on that that industry,
Yeah.
so that the young one here is now confident to know that if I tell my Ghanaian story, I can make something from it, or nobody is going to pick from it and then do something else. So from that angle, Sharon mentioned something about the youth, and then the youth being trained in terms of the cultural reset, and then understanding or embracing that part of from gender, from culture, from all of that. We need to start embracing it and then moving forward with it. So, and just that part of owning the stories, telling our own stories, and then having the confidence to put it out there will also help in reversing the thing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I want everyone in the room to be thinking about how you personally consume Ghanaian design, and if you have even started putting some trust in it. And I know this is a room full of creatives, so you should also be thinking about how others are going to consume your work as a Ghanaian. So it's very relevant that you think about it from that angle. Maldi, you were talking about owning it ourselves, and I have the thought of the One Africa market, because you've been winning awards all over the continent. So I'm assuming that you have been really breaking the barriers on the borders. Where do you see us as creatives, as Ghanaian designers, positioning ourselves to take advantage of the AFCFTA, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade, for those who are not aware, basically creating one market in Africa where you can really provide your services across all African countries. So where do you see Ghanaian designers positioning themselves to take advantage of this opportunity?
The first thing is, are we doing great work? Are we doing very good work that is clear-cut, that is different or unique to us as Ghanaians? If you start doing that, then you are in a space where you can now start pushing it or selling it to your neighbors and the others. Right now, we are buying a lot more of our brothers and sisters' work from Nigeria, because they are pushing their art and their design and things to us, and we are consuming it. We might reach a point where we consume it so much that we become like them, and we lose our identity. So in this open market where we are pushing for creatives to create their stuff, we have, I'll use Nigeria as an example now, because they have sort of broken it in terms of visuals and music, breaking the barriers in the region here and also internationally. So in terms of how we can also create our space and create our stuff, back to pushing our stories, back to pushing what we have and what we own, and being proud of it enough to say that this is it. We have an advantage here where we've seen the international work, we've seen the standards, we know what they are doing, and we can do it. But it's about how do you bring yourself to that place, to that design, to that work you are doing, so that you are creating this environment or the space for yourself to see that, oh, this is a purely Ghanaian design, this is a story that I'm proud of, this is something I'm telling, and we can now sell it to Nigeria, and Nigeria will buy into it. Because we've been doing, we used to do it, and then we've moved away from it, and then we'll come back to it and all. But we used to do that, where they consume our stuff, and they consume our culture and then our stuff. So we can still get there, but it's about, are we copying, or are we deciding that we'll start telling our stories? Because there are those spaces where you feel like, if I do it now, I don't have the market for it, so let me do what the others are doing in a way, and start making the money out of it, or start getting the recognition from there. And at the end of the day, who do you want to do the Ghana one? Who do you want to do the locally produced stories? Who do you want to do it? No, if you want somebody to come out and do it, they'll make the money off you. So it's about, how do you do it here? How do you do it? How do you tell it well? And then how do you do it at a standard that is globally recognized?
Yeah, I'm happy you brought up standards, but I was just thinking about one of the classes I sat in, and it was a class on innovation, and there was this Chinese guy who just raised up his hand. It's like, let me tell you something. Chinese people, we don't want innovation. We just know how to copy, and we copy really well, and that is how we do things. And you can see that they have actually done that, like in terms of like skill but I mean, when you consider standards, it makes you or forces you to kind of like have some sort of quality, yes, right? And I like the question that you asked, are we doing great work, yes, when you started? So that's one question that I want you to be thinking about. whether you are doing great work as a creative. I also want to know in this room, how many of us speak French?
A little.
Speak or understand French.
Okay, whether you speak or understand French. Okay, how many speak Zulu? Arabic. I have one hand. Shona. Hausa. I have a few hands. Okay, so I'm asking these questions because those are some of the realities on the ground with opportunities for the AFCFTA. If you are not able to really understand the language and the culture and the thinking of the people, it means that your creative work is already limited. So if you are going to position yourself in the AFCFTA, then you should be thinking about what does the culture look like in Benin? What does the culture look like in Ivory Coast? What does the culture look like in Zambia, in Zimbabwe?
I partly disagree.
Okay, yeah, feel free.
The reason is because I think, so I'll just give an example, like Jamja, for example, where Ghanaian, homegrown, home-based, this is where we are. But we work across the continent in different cultures. Nigeria is very different, Kenya is different, South Africa, Senegal, Francophone countries. I don't speak the best French. But I have innovated and thought of a way of, I still want to access those markets. I'm not letting those limitations stop me from going there, but I have to be creative about how I enter those markets. And also what standard am I working at quality-wise, and making sure that my clients, regardless of where I'm working, are still getting the same standard of quality. So my disagreement is not so much like in terms of you guys not thinking about those things and thinking about the language and stuff like that, but it's from a perspective of creatively, taking advantage of that opportunity, right? Because the whole continent is there for you to take. You know, you can work with people in South Africa. It's about the quality of the work and the design that you're doing. And quality doesn't come from the output. It comes from how are you interacting with your client? How quickly do you respond? Are you building trust with your client? Are you building communication with your client? Are you building a way that you communicate that the client trusts you and wants to keep coming back to you and will fly you across Africa because the work that you do is so good? And so that's like a bit of the thinking as well that I think is really important for younger creatives to think about, or like an agency like mine is looking for if I'm hiring creatives, is what's the quality and the process that they go through in terms of their communication skills. Your work will speak for itself. I don't need to be convinced about how good you are as a graphic designer. I need to know if you can handle the pressure, whether you can communicate well, and whether you are just a diligent person as well. So I think there's some of those elements that come to it.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great comment. But it was mainly to really understand the culture of the people that you're dealing with.
Let me
Definitely the quality is there. But I just want to piggyback on what Frances said. So you have been working with Fortune 500 companies. What does your client base look like, and what do they expect from you? Is it the same? Because you're talking about the quality being standardized, but then it's creative work. Sometimes it's subjective. It's not as, one thing, one size fits all. So how do you approach your clients in different countries with at different levels with a standardized quality?
Yeah, so standards doesn't necessarily mean that the creative is standardized. It's the approach that is standardized. So the way I communicate with my clients is the same regardless, the speed of response, those kinds of things are standard. That kind of high quality client management and relationship building is critical. I mean, the reason, especially in Africa, I think we forget that, again, culturally, we rely on relationships. So it's very much about really getting comfortable with your client and building a relationship that has boundaries. But, a lot of my clients I've known for 10 years and are friends, in some ways. They're happy to invite me to their home, obviously, but because they know the quality of the work and the approach to the work has that standard regardless. So it's about how you build your business and build and decide what the things are and the boundaries are that you're going to create for yourself that are important to you. Trust is really important to us at Jamja. So we work on building trust with our clients beyond then the other things sort of come into play.
Yeah, Mauli, you wanted to? Ada?
Which of them? Am I addressing the one before this one?
No, I think you wanted to add up before I...
Yeah, so in adding up, it's, I've lost my train of thought, but it's, it was really around the fact that, yes, you were talking about learning about the cultures and then the language and then the stuff. It boils back to, before you even get to that level of getting the international exposure or the opportunity to do the work, you must have done something that really spoke to whoever you're talking to for the collaboration to happen. If you're good and confident in that basic, that this is the work I'm good at, this is what I can do, then the next level is, how do I learn about this culture? How do I learn the language? How do I do my research? How do I get my strategy right in terms of who I'm speaking to, who the audience are? And then from there, you are adding to what your basic skill is already. So the basic skill needs to be there before we even start adding the other stuff. Because we have people who, I've worked with people who don't speak French or another language, but the creativity runs through, and other collaborators or people can, jump on it and work on it. But then, where's the idea coming from? How are we working the idea? Because if the idea is good, trust me, it can go beyond all the borders you are talking about. So, in getting your stuff right, start with yourself. Make sure that you have your basics very right. You know what you're doing, you know what you're about, you have your identity in terms of what work you can bring. And then as you move forward, you are learning and adding and building your knowledge base, your skill base, your culture info. So yeah, that's it.
Great. Mohammed, I'm coming to you.
Yeah. I did want to touch on, I've worked in other parts of Africa, and I'm always surprised, like Ghanaians don't really see how the rest of the world or even other Africans see them, but most people have so much respect for Ghanaians. Like, really, you can really, expand your services and your talents, because people have, like, any country you go to, they're like, oh, you're from Ghana? Yeah. They're like, what? Like, and you're like, oh, because in Ghana we think, oh God, no, the industry is horrible. As the infancy as we think it is here, other people are like 5-6 years behind Ghana. So, like, if nothing else today, I want you people here to start having more confidence in their talent, their skill, their Ghanaianness. It goes a long way. That's why I even show, not that the standard is, international, but just to see the way that people are so open to what is happening here. Yeah. Like, take that and run with it. It's really, it can go, now is the time.
Now is the time.
So true. I get that all the time. Like, when you're in Nigeria, in Kenya, and like, Ghanaian, you're so lucky. I want to come to Ghana, and I'm like, do
Africans
what?
love Ghana. And if you travel Africa, you also realize how when you come back to Ghana, you're like, oh wow, Ghana's not really we really haven't made in this country. Honestly.
Mohammed, back to you. So Wax Print Media, I have had the opportunity to visit one of your programs, and I know that you have a lot of, there's a community, but mostly from the diaspora. Talking about how culture influences your creative, decision making. What has been the originality or the authenticity of your work as opposed to the influences you've had from the diaspora?
Okay. So Waxprint Media is a digital marketing and PR agency. Primarily, that's the core of the work that we do. And I really bring in my influences from the work that I've done globally, right? And I have, as Francis said, that high standard of customer service. Like, I really don't think, I know this was customer service week this week, but like, to me, that is the ultimate, right? I said I worked at a huge brand, and I also would encourage young people who are just starting their career. I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I believe in freelancing, but sometimes you need to understand in-house what a company, how it works, how they think, because you can't even think about how to put together a presentation when you don't know how in-house what the brands are looking for. I encourage everyone, 1 year, 2 years, go and work at a company. You need it. You guys don't even know. You don't even know how to communicate properly. You don't understand what they want. It's so important. Even if you're not making that much money, you need to understand the network. All of this is so important. The best thing that I've ever did in my life, I was freelancing before I worked at a big brand, and once I did, like, it's my network. I understand how executives think, what they're looking for. So it's really, really important, and it raises the skill and quality level. Now that's how I operate my company. I know how a Fortune 500 company operates because I've been in there. Yeah. So that is the way that I work, right? And also, so many of my clients are international, so they see that I know what they need. Right? Now, there could be one of you guys in here who is way more skilled than me, but they would choose me any day because I'm delivering and I'm making them feel comfortable. So if you have the skill and the talent, you need to develop the soft skills just as much. And that is something, even more than my digital strategies and my media strategies, I'm like, the soft skills is how I'm winning.
Yeah. 100%. That's really great. Can we give that comment a round of applause? I will take some questions. If you have any question for any of the panel, please raise your hand. I'm looking at who has the microphone. Otherwise, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. And thanks once again to the panelists. Thank you for all the knowledge that has been shared. I have a question, or rather a train of thoughts that I'd like to run by. I think Henry Mowley has probably been touching on that so far, but I want to know what can be said for the source of an idea / a design, for example. So is it enough that the fact that the thing was made by a Ghanaian, is that as strong enough as the fact that it looks Ghanaian? Because I'm in a space where I'm building my agency from here, and so far we've won a slew of awards. The most important thing really is the fact that there's a Ghanaian on the list. That to me means more than the fact that the design looked Ghanaian, be it by color or by, Idinkra symbols or whatever that is. Yeah. So I'm wondering if we can also look beyond just the work, because a lot of a person's culture is also the way they think. Yeah. It's also the approach that they bring to things. Yeah. It's also just their lifestyle, really. Yeah. So I'm wondering if we can also just consider like the source, the fact that a Ghanaian made this or printed that or designed that. Is that as strong as the fact that it looks Ghanaian?
I 100% agree.
Yeah, I agree. You just opened the door for someone. You just inspired somebody else by just being there, winning the award or being considered for the award as a Ghanaian. Mm-hmm. You've inspired somebody out there to like, okay, if this person has done it, I can do it. And I'll do it my way, I'll do it the way he did it. But then you've opened the door. So it's not just about the work. It's about, but what got you there, first of all? What got you in the space to be considered for the award?
I think it's just the work itself and the case study study that explained the thinking behind the work. Yeah.
So to get into that space, to even open the doors for others, something had to speak for you. So even if your work wasn't Ghanaian or didn't have that, your work was at a certain standard, a certain level, and that got you in there. So the next person looking at you knows that I have to create to match. What's your name?
John.
So I have to create to match where you are. I have to create something or do something that is in that space. And that's how we've been inspired by a lot of the people outside there, the Virgils and the rest. They went there and they didn't create for Ghana necessarily. They didn't do Ghanaian designs. They didn't do, but then they were Ghanaians and we identified with them. It's inspired us and they inspired a whole community of designers, a whole community of creatives, people who want to rise there. So just by doing the work well and then being in that space, you've done your part. Yeah. Then you can also build on it. So yeah.
And I think we also need to not get stuck in like what is Ghanaian design a little bit, because if an architect or a designer, when you see a graphic design, I think Sharon said this, it's design, right? Design is design. So if I find out that it's done by a Ghanaian and I'm inspired by that, that's the added value of that. But I think this like questioning of like what is Ghanaian design and how do we create Ghanaian design and what does it mean is almost pointless, because in my perspective, let's say as an agency, as Jamja, we are Ghanaian. Everything we do is Ghanaian. When you experience it, you may not think it's Ghanaian because maybe you've not experienced anything like that before that is Ghanaian, right? But that doesn't mean that that takes away from that thing being Ghanaian or a Ghanaian experience or fully created by a full team of Ghanaian, mainly women, for example, right? So I think it's important that like we also broaden the way we think about it and say, yes, just by the fact that it was created by a Ghanaian, we can claim that it's Ghanaian design. If we're going to go with that thing, but I think it's also important to say that it's really good quality work going against what maybe we think Ghanaian design is, which sometimes is not very good. if we're being honest. Like, the reason why we keep talking about what is great Ghanaian design is because a lot of the time, past experience until this kind of boom of wonderful creatives, it was like graphic design is blurry and not that great, and printing quality, but that's also access to tools, and that's changing. So I think that sometimes it's like Ghanaian event versus another event, and it's like, so what makes a Ghanaian event a Ghanaian? Is it because it's late? No, but
that's the Ghanaian reputation.
No, that's what I'm
right?
saying. So is it reputation or is it the event? That's what I'm saying. It's like, what are you judging it on, right? Are you judging it because there's a cultural experience around that thing that makes that Ghanaian, or is it because that event is Ghanaian? Do you know? So we have to sort of ask, sort of.
Yeah, no, that's really good. And I think beyond the aesthetics is also basically the function, because design has to be functional. But when we are thinking about it in that sense, I like to think about it as the creative innovation. So bring in the elements that nobody else has, and that is what makes your design unique as a Ghanaian, because you are bringing those elements that other persons would not have. I mean, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that there are like amazing Ghanaian designers. I mean, we have a panel of amazing guys doing, great things all over the platforms across the continent and the world. Also, when you consider someone like Nana Kedia, I bring that up because of the Idinkra symbol by Janet Jackson now, because he has his agency called Brandinkra, and basically working on brand design for global brands with Idinkra symbols, and that is his, unique mark. So anytime you see that, you see, and it's just a beautiful thing to see how exporting that, element of Ghanaian culture can really go beyond the stages. I'm looking out for the last hand. One more slot. Maybe we take from a lady.
We're actually a little behind on time.
Okay.
Yeah. Was there one more hand?
Yeah, there's one hand, but it's a gentleman.
Kind of
okay,
far
all right.
away.
You ask the question quickly. 30 seconds.
Hi, I'm DNT, and I think from the discussions, what I realized is there seemed to be a certain blurry line between design and art. And so maybe just if we could put it in right perspectives, because I see design to be addressing an issue. So a client has a need, and then he brings you the need, you diagnose the need, and bring them a solution. And so we see art, for example, when you go to Spanner Junction, you see at the underbridge, you see that there's an art there.
Yeah.
In that space, you're able to express what your Ghanaianness is. And so maybe if we're able to tell what is art and what is design, because we know design is supposed to address an issue. Thank you.
All right, so what exactly was the question again?
It wasn't a question, it was
a statement, okay.
Yes.
Oh, a contribution, okay. Thank you very much.
What was being said.
Okay, thank you. I will give you 30 seconds. What is your advice to this room of young creatives who believe their potential is limitless, but they know that they have strong challenges that they have to face in industry? Mohameda, you can start.
I would say, push yourself beyond where you feel you're comfortable. I think sometimes young creatives, designers they think that their skills are where they need to be and they're not there yet. So push yourself, continue to learn always. And again, I just want to repeat, definitely try to get some, more experience to really kind of, put yourself at the level that you can be. We're always looking for designers, interns, smart, brilliant people at Wax Print Media. So I'm definitely open to having those conversations. And really, we're positioning and building a platform to see what can happen in Ghana and in Africa globally, so that people know that top tier talent is here. Yeah.
Great. She's looking for talent, so you can follow her around. Mauli.
What was the question again? What advice?
Just your advice to the room. 30 seconds.
Oh, that's the accountant. apart from building the hours and the skills that you have, it's about doing your homework when the stuff comes to you. What is your homework? Is it the research about the brand you are working on as a designer? Is it the story you want to tell, how you want to tell it? Is it the people you are even telling the story or speaking to or giving the stuff to? Do your homework around that very, very well. Because you can have the skill, but then if you design for the wrong reasons or for the wrong people, with the wrong message, then your design is great, but it's not speaking to anybody. It's not talking to anyone. So it's about having the first level of your skill base and then building on it by doing your homework in terms of who you're speaking to, how you're speaking to them, and then what you want to say to them.
Great. And Frances, last but not least,
I think mine is
probably also to add how they can protect their work, because it's a big issue. I mean,
you mean in
IPs
terms of like people just stealing work, or like internationally, like the inspiration?
Yeah, basically how creatives can also protect their work. So your advice and then how they can protect their work.
I think for me it's about, they kind of go hand in hand. I think my advice would be to not be afraid to create your identity as a designer and sort of stick to it. I think that, like as Jamja, when we started, people would be like, you have to do weddings if you're going to make money in the industry. I was like, I'm not ever doing weddings. I think I've done 4. And I stuck to it. And at the times where it was toughest, and it's like, no, but you need to take a wedding because then you'll make the money. And I was like, no, I'm just not doing it. Like, it's my boundary. And I think it's about creating that identity for yourself and being prepared to stick to it no matter what, even when there's times where you're like, oh, but if I just, because in the longer term, it really helps you carve out your niche and who you are and what your identity is as a designer or as a business. So I really would advise people to start just building and figuring out. It takes time, but figuring out over the years and experience will kind of teach you what that kind of boundary is and who you are as a creative overall, what you will take and not take. In terms of protecting contracts, legal contracts, they're there for a reason. Don't think that people are just going to, hire you and then like it's on goodwill. Even with friends, like if you're designing something for someone, have your structure in place, have your contract in place, have your agreements in place, and that's how you're protected. I know in Ghana sometimes like, oh, but a contract is not going to do anything for me in this country. But the fact that you have it gives you some leverage at some point. You can go to a lawyer, you can go to a court, you have something that says that we agreed something and this was violated. If you don't have that, you don't have a leg to stand on. And so I think for me, it's use the tools that exist. It's not reinventing the wheel. Protect yourself by doing the things that are set up to help you do that, and be dedicated and diligent about that.
Well, that's a wrap. Thank you very much, Mohameda. Thank you so much, Maoli. Thank you, Frances. I believe we are moving to the next panel.
Yes, so we'll have a 5 minutes creative session. So,
okay, all right, great. Thank you so much for joining us.
To you. Good afternoon. How are we? Are you sure? Because I'm thinking, how are you? You fine? Great. Me right now, I'm very pumped because I heard a lot of Irish, know what I'm saying? Like, aye. So, yeah. My name is Neve Vanderpoy, and I'm here to get your creative juices flowing in some digital ways, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I'm just hyper because I heard a lot of, I like your accent, you know what I'm saying? So, please excuse me if you can't hear me. I am sorry. I am very pumped. Yeah. So, we about to play a game. Until I say I come, I'm in switch it. Yeah. We about to play a game. It's creative. Don't forget, my name is Neve Vanderpoint. I'm still Ghanaian, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we about to play a game, and it's. Can I be helped, please? At this point, I'm Ghanaian. I need help. Yeah, I can't, yeah. Or should I switch to, my UK accent? By the way, I'm looking for a job, I'm trying to be an actor. I'm trying to be a first black Ghanaian James Bond. You get me? Black Superman and things. Yeah, all right. Oh, no, it's not this one. But yeah, so yeah, like I'm saying, my name is Niv Vanderpoy, and I'm about to play a game with you guys. So it's called dEX Memes. Basically, what we're going to do is we'll show you client and designer responses interactions. Then you go on Twitter and find corresponding GIFs and tweet it. Do you get? You don't get? All right, simple. Like when your client texts you or is talking to you and says, oh, is this the final document? But meanwhile, in the email, it is actually final document. Is this the final document? You know, like, you get it, yeah. Like, right there. So 5 main prompts will be shared in this session, and after each prompt, we'll allow, I won't say a minute, maybe like 30 seconds, and then we'll switch to the next one. So you post it on Twitter with the hashtag dEX Memes and top memes, retweeted. I mean, you go on there on dEX Memes on Twitter, the hashtag, and then you either find a GIF for it or you retweet the ones you like. The ones with the highest retweets gets a little something, something. Know what I'm saying? Yeah. So can I have the very first example? Actually, the very first. Aha, so there it is. Like I said, is this the final? That's the client. Is this the final? Is this the final design? Then me who puts the name of the document is final design. I mean, what else do you want to hear? You get it? So let's go to the next. Oh, right there. Me when I tell a client I'm working on it. Meanwhile, me and you know say, you really in the chair, you chilling. Know what I'm saying? Like, hey. Or it comes will be, but you say you're working on it. Know what I'm saying? That's not it. All right, let's go to the next one. I know hey, this one. Well, I know people who charge less. If you know people that charge less, why are you here then? You know what I'm saying? Call them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so please, who has ever said this before? Hands up, those who have actually said it. Maybe in a nice way. Yeah? See, Jamja people, Jamja people, you don't joke. You don't know why it's going on. If you flex Jamja, they'll flex you hard. Let's go, next one. Oh, as for this one, every one of you. See, listen, don't even try to flex. Don't even try to flex. Like, Charlie, iPhone something. Like, oh, the design is in your head is looking all bougie. When it's time to execute that thing, and that thing is looking like, like, come on, man. All right, so my design in my head versus design when I draw it. But you catch the whole flow of the thing, right? Exactly. So I'm about to switch. So get on Twitter, use the hashtag dEX Memes, retweet the ones you like, or respond with the ones that you like. And at the end of the day, the one with the highest likes wins the show. And right now I'm advertising myself. I'm trying to be an actor, like I said. I'm trying to be the black James Bond from Ghana. So, okay. We want to do something different from others. Clients after a week, look at what other... At this point, to me, I'm speechless, but yeah, you get the whole flow. All right. So I think this is the last one, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, get on Twitter and do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? It's your boy, Niv Vanderpoy, a.k.a. Ghana James Bond. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So when you see me on your TV screens, do not be surprised. Thank you for your attention. Round of applause, please. That's right.
Can we please get the prompts showed one more time?
Oh,
so that
right.
We can
okay, the prompts one more time, please.
Do the activity.
Clients, is this the final design? Me, who put final designs as the email header. Your clients cannot read, but it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. So no notes yet. Yeah. Next one. Me, when I tell the client I'm working on it. Shout out to all you working on it fans. Yeah, you know yourselves. Y'all be Netflixing and chilling while y'all doing it. It's cool. Next one. I know people who... Hey, are you in a hurry like that? I know people who charge less. People like Jamja will tell you I have clients who pay more. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, shout out to... Jamja said I shouldn't say it, but yeah. Shout out to all you who are able to tell people that people are able to pay more. Yeah. Next one. Yeah. My design in my head versus my design when I draw it. Don't forget the hashtag. Hashtag dEX memes. dEX memes. And am I the only person who saw the word memes for the first time and said meme? I'm just saying. It works, right? Yeah, meme. We want to do something different from others. Clients after a week. Look at what other brands are doing. Then you yourself. In fact, I'm waiting for this one. I really want to see what you guys will pull out with this one. Because this one, yeah. And I think that's it, I suppose. Yeah, this is the last one, isn't it? So don't forget, dEX memes, hashtag dEX memes. Retweet the ones you like. If you have a better GIF, tweet it. The one with the most retweets wins a little something. Alrighty. Thank you very much. One more round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
The Black James Bond. Thank you, bruv. That's what they say in UK, right? Yeah, bruv. All right, bruv. So for our next presentation, we're going to have it from Dela Avemega. And he's going to be presenting on why Africa needs design now more than ever. With a round of applause, let's give it up for him. We would like to encourage everyone to actually post their questions on the Comma platform so that we could get quick answers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, hi everybody. It's always good to, be around creatives. I think the world has become too hostile a place to be, but when I find myself in the midst of creatives, I become kind of relaxed, and it's an awesome feeling. Well, I want to thank the organizers of this program for getting me on board. It's a privilege to talk to you guys, and this is quite an interesting topic that I was given to talk on. I hate to go by the book because my life is full of experiences, and so I'm a case study, basically. After being in the advertising sphere for close to 15 years, I decided to just jump, walk the plank, and then jump into the deep waters to swim with the sharks. And I'm sure after we're done going through this very boring presentation, would have an idea of how this has treated me, basically. So Africa, who are we? It's quite interesting that we are the second most populated continent. We come second in everything, seems to be, but it's probably even more than that because we seem to be at the receiving end most of the time when it comes to the conversation. Instead of being major players, we tend to be, the ones talked about the most and been dictated to. I happen to be teaching. I've been teaching for over a year now, and it's been quite interesting because I didn't used to read much until I veered into this whole teaching thing, and it's been... Do you guys mind if I sit? Okay, all right, thanks. Yeah, I need to pick a few things from the book, and besides, the joints are a bit old now, so yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So when we talk about Africa, I think we're all Africans here, so we can relate to that. And culture is quite a very important thing that we're accustomed to. When I tried to look into design when it comes to Africa, it was a bit difficult because in the West, you know, design is spelled out quite clearly. But when you come to Africa, then it's a whole mumbo jumbo, you know, thing. And for instance, in my professional cycle as a designer, when you talk about African design, then quickly in Ghana, it's Edinkra design, Edinkra symbols, basically. So people are pulling Edinkra symbols from under their beds and pillows and literally snatching it from their grandfathers and grandmothers' trunks and things like that. And I happened to be in that space for some time, only to realize that until quite recently that even the Edinkra that we are quite, you know, conversant with isn't the only one that we have as a people, as a culture. Other tribes have theirs as well. And so it looks like somebody's not doing their homework. We're not researching much as we should. And for some other people, they see Africa to be, when you mention Africa, all they think about is potential, they think about raw, they think about rare stuff, primitive, and, you know, all the whole stereotypes, you know, that they can literally lay their minds on and stuff. There's something that quite bothers me in the sense that when you interact with designers, and I'm no different from what I'm going to say. It's always the Western, you know, philosophy. And it's not our fault. I mean, basically, it's like eating, in quote, the apple that Eve ate. We all go for it. Like, you're designing, you're looking at that designer in Britain. I typically am so heavy on American designers. Like, if you see my style, you would probably think that I schooled there. I didn't school there. I was trained here, you know. And it's a thing. It's some form of sickness I think we all suffer from. And why is it so? If you take Western design, you can't hide away from the fact that it's compelling, it's seductive, it's intriguing, it's mind-blowing, you know. And in spite of the, you know, our culture and how much we seem to be deep-rooted with, you know, our origins, it's like anytime something from the West comes in, it just takes us off our feet and then we, you know, run for it. And it's no fault of ours. I mean, I can't blame anybody. But there's a problem, and the problem that I think we have is that we have a handicap, you know, of some sort. This is a deficit that we suffer, we face, and most of the times we've had issues with clients where, you know, we're trying to come up with a concept that's supposed to be localized, but you see all these, you know, foreign things in there. And I found it quite interesting when recently I think Nigeria has placed a ban on foreign models, you know? Yes, that they don't want any foreign models in their adverts. And I think it's a bold step in that direction. But I'm not surprised because Nigeria will be the ones to do it first. They don't play around like us, you know. Ghanaians are too soft and laid back. A couple of years ago, I wrote an article that wasn't published, and I misplaced it, thanks to some thieves who broke into my house and took my laptop and other things. But I was trying to think through how we could bridge the gap as a continent, you know, between us and the West. Because, to be honest, I might have to look into it again to see how far the closest star is, you know, and how many years it's going to take us, you know, from Earth to visit this star. But I think the gap between us and the West is probably more further than that. And it's a serious thing. You know, we've tried with music. Unfortunately, Ghanaians won't win the Grammys. I don't think they will. We've tried with film. It's, you know, you look at our televisions or our channels now, it's just the Kumkum Badgers and the rest. So that's also another dead, you know. We've tried with fashion. Well, it takes a Ghanaian to be born abroad to work with Louis Vuitton to do exploits. Like, we're trying our possible best, but it's just not working. I mean, that's it for me. And I feel that if we begin to take design serious, that probably could be the answer to our problems, like in solving this problem. And unfortunately, our educational system doesn't seem to take the arts and design, for that matter, serious. So they keep on promoting this whole STEM nonsense. Basically, yes, I'll be very frank, you know, and it's absolutely, you know, nonsensical. What happened to the Amon Cotes and the who even designed the Ghana flag? You know, what's the name? Is it? Yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah, but then again, what happened to these guys who were like, you know, forebearers who, you know, started I'd say some kind of movement, you know, and unfortunately, after their time, everything suddenly just goes down the sewer. How do we compensate for the time lapse, and the time spent? It's a tough one. And I think when we leave this place, one of the things I want each and every one of us to do is to sit down and reflect and begin to think how best we as designers can sort of help, you know, make things better. So it's not your typical copy-paste to lift this thing over there, but it has to be a collective, you know, thing. Let there be more interactions and you know, conversations on how best to solve some of these problems. And like I said, we're all victims. I'm a victim. When Black Panther came out, everyone was crazy. You know, I didn't watch it in the cinemas, but I had a bootleg one that I watched. And we're all crazy about this whole Wakanda thing, but it's one of those Hollywood, you know, doses of basically drugs, I mean, that they feed us with. I mean, the amount of information that they give us, and they tell our stories, and we're so enthused, and, you know, we get bamboozled, and, you know, we get carried away. And so you see people, and it's all Wakanda, Wakanda, when the actual reality is way different from that. I'm not saying this in a bad sense, though, but I think it's some psychological compensation they keep giving us. And this is also helping, you know, feed us with what we have. But the thing I want to say here is, how can we be major players? And looks like this thing is not working. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, yeah. How can we be major players in this conversation? Is it by just talking, or, you know, trying to fill the gap, or cover some amount of, you know, ground, and veer away from the typical African design being, you know, symbols and triangles and squares and all that stuff? I think it has to be a mindset. We need to develop solutions that would help solve local problems. That, I think, will be a starting point, a very good starting point to get, these things sorted out. And through this communication thing, I think it would help fix some of the problems that we've had or we're having, because most of our history has been oral. I want to think there was a way our ancestors curated these things, but it's probably we're not smart enough to decipher some of these things. So when we see the symbols, we just think they're a bunch of lizards lying across one another, and it's something jumping from here and there. But let's try and then decipher. So let's break these codes and see. Probably they left some tangible things in there that we're not catching. And so what I feel this would do is it would help build this. It would help, cover the gap. It would help, make us players, instead of us being the subjects of conversations and discussions. It would make us part of, the players on the field. We need to have an organic appreciation and expression of ourselves and our identities, and I think this would help in shaping, our futures. Now, in my journey as a creative, the last 10 years have been quite interesting, because I haven't had to work for clients and have all these feedback, some of them responsible for the amount of gray hair I have. I've worked on passion projects, but there's one very annoying question I keep getting asked most of the time, and by a particular, section of people. They're like, where did you train? And when I go like, I trained here, they're like, no, you don't mean it. In my mind, I say something unpleasant to them, But I sit back and I'm like, well, it's not the fault of theirs, because there's nothing really Ghanaian about what I do, except for the literal visual or the representation of it. But when you talk about the style, you talk about the technique and everything, it's totally different. But what I want us to pick from here is what design literally is done for me, and design is giving me a new lease. It's made me much younger, probably not physically, but inwardly, because I get excited that finally I'm getting to solve problems that are around me, from my home to the community to even the country and beyond. And I think if design is encouraged, if design is structured in a way, it's been taught in a way in schools, if design is being discussed in a way amongst, communities and groups like us, it would take that perception away. I mean, my father, for instance, at some point in time, didn't see why I should even be an artist. Like, it didn't make sense to him. But I think now it's changing, and if we become ambassadors, we become carriers of this message, it would help, make things more easier for the generation, behind us. So in 2015, I had a problem in my home, and it had to do with my first child and the kind of books that were available for her to read. And I said, look, I can write something. I can put words together and make a little bit of sense for my kids. And also I have some illustration skills, so why don't I put these together? And with my design skills over the years, let me just cook something for her. And so it started with one book. And back then I didn't even have a name for, I think this name was for some other thing that I was thinking about doing. And I did one book, and then she loved it. and one became 5, and 5 to today 23 books. Thank you. So Fission Plankton is an idea that just stemmed out of the fact that I wanted my daughter to read books that had, characters in there that represented, her, and she could relate to them. It wasn't some fairies dropping from Mars and mermaids that she's never seen before and would never see, hopefully. All that scary stuff. And we've been around, the world. Some of the books have been translated to Spanish and French, as far as Peru, and even some place in China, Australia. You have people who literally are reading these books from a big-headed Ghanaian boy sitting somewhere, inside Accra. But it just tells you how design is literally taking us, further. And I believe some of these things are capable of helping us to become part of the conversation. So these are some of the titles we have, like I said, 23. And we've had some Hollywood agents approach us to turn this into animation. I've told them, well, I'll think about it, because I know how much they can distort things over there. And so it's been successful. And I've loved every part of it, to be honest. And there's a deliberate attempt to do things in a certain way to appeal to, these kids. When you're dealing with kids, it's quite cumbersome. They're not easy to handle. And another second business that I've been able to have is Hamatan Collectibles. I'm sure some people might have seen stuff we've done over the years. Yes, if you see postcards, you see posters like this. These are some of the works that I've done to promote Ghana, because I was fed up seeing all these postcards that were around. So from posters to postcards, other souvenirs and memorabilia, we're doing them. Thank you, and hopefully we get to meet sometime again. Thanks.
Awesome, Della. Thank you so much. Up next, we have our next. Oh, I'm so sorry. Questions.
Okay, there's someone in the back there as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Please, I'm Ohene Asante. And my question is a bit loaded, but I'll try and summarize it. As we've been here since morning and we're talking about a lot of things, I expected to hear about statutory bodies like National Folklore Board, Commission on Culture, the Creative Arts Agency, and stuff.
Oh, just hold it there. Believe you me, you don't want to deal with them. That's it. To be honest, if it's about dealing with them, they're not serious. So just forget about it.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Please, I'm not done. Because the reason why I asked them is, we are in the digital revolution. The world is growing. We are using Photoshop, Illustrator, and the rest. And all these are Western infrastructure, Western technologies. Photoshop is having a global market value of 138 billion US dollars, which is even bigger than our national GDP. How can we improve upon our scientific application? We have computer science students, so we invent softwares that can aid us in our designing processes.
It's a good question, but I think considering how wide the gap is, we might as well just hang on what they've built to make some gains and inroads. That would be more feasible and tangible than having to start from
All right, I understand, but I think it's possible and the conversation can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. One more question.
Hi, Della.
Yeah.
My name is Francis.
I just wanted to find out, what is your main aim with what you do? For instance, the Hamatan collectibles. Because when you were speaking, you did mention that you've had people from Hollywood approached you to basically animate it for movies. But then you refused because you had concerns about distortions, how they can distort your work. So I just want to find out, what is your ultimate aim with what you do?
Just impact. Okay, so with Hamatan, basically to sell Ghana better than it's been done. And that's what it's doing, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And don't you think Hollywood can also help to project it further?
Well, they can, but there's always something in there for them, and whether you like it or not, So I'm looking at ways of working with local, people who have the same mindset and same vision that I have to sort of, so to avoid all these distortions and what I fear that could happen to me.
Okay, fantastic. Then I think you're looking at one of them.
Thank you. Awesome. All right. Thank you.
1, 2. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Our next speaker is Nanajwa Say, who is a designer and creative director who develops dynamic, exciting, and memorable brands. She has over 10 years of experience working in advertising, design, and branding in both the States and Ghana. She's also one of my favorite designers, and I've had the pleasure of working with her fairly recently. So please, a round of applause for Nanajwa Say.
Hi guys, thank you Noko for introducing me. So hi everyone. I can see it here, but not here. Sorry, some technical difficulties. I can't see the notes. Perfect. So hi everyone, my name is Nanajwa, and I'm going to talk for a bit about how to find your identity as an African designer. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my own experience as a designer and as an African designer, and hopefully leave you with some motivation, some advice for how you can find your own identity and find your own way through your journey. So first of all, who am I? Like I said, I'm Nanajwa. I'm a creative director, graphic designer, art director, and web designer. I've worked both in Ghana and the US, but mostly in Ghana. And I'm going to just run through some of my work. So this is probably what I'm most well known for, which is the design of Sankofa plantain chips. Thank you. I've also done some work with other small African brands, Ghanaian brands. One of my favorite projects for Nokware Skincare. And, when I was putting together this talk, I realized most of what I call my favorite projects are my most recent ones, because I think by this point, I figured out who I am, what my style is, how I've evolved, and I've started to make work that I think reflects who I am. So, like I said, I'm going to talk about finding your identity as an African designer, but for me, the emphasis is more on finding your own identity than the African bit. I think throughout today, people have talked a little bit about what is Ghanaian design, what is African design. My personal view is, I'm a Ghanaian, I'm a designer, everything I make is Ghanaian design. I don't think that there is, Ghanaian design has to have kente in it, or it has to have this. Personally, I believe everything you make is Ghanaian design. So that's not really what I'm going to talk about. Thank you. Tag yourself if this sounds like you. You're struggling to find consistency in your style, how your work looks. Maybe every week you feel like you kind of change your mind. Every time you go back to a project, you're like, I wouldn't have done that. You feel confused about the type of design you want to do. So maybe you go from being like, I only do logos, then the next week you're like, oh, I really only want to do packaging design. And you might feel like your work doesn't really represent who you are. Like somebody might look at it and not be able to tell that you made it. And when you look at it, you don't feel like you made it, you're proud of it. You might also feel like your Africanness is missing in your work. Maybe you struggle with the idea that your work feels too Western. I think, Della, you spoke about that a little bit. And it doesn't really speak to your identity. So personally, I can relate. At some point or another, I felt all 4 of those things and a few more. I wasn't really sure of what I was doing or if design was even like where I needed to be. The good news is there's hope. If I've done it, all the speakers today have done it, trust me, you can do it too. So to trace my journey, let's go back to the beginning. So an undisclosed number of years ago, I graduated from college, I came to Ghana, back to Ghana, and I was ready to work as a designer. So I'm sure like all of you, I had some really big, wild dreams. I was like, okay, I'm going to live and breathe design. I'm going to build a really nice portfolio, have an Instagram page, I'll have my own design studio. I mean, I'll have my day job, but I'll work weekends, I'll work nights, I'm going to do whatever it takes, you know? In 2 years, I'm going to be on top of the world. It did not happen. 2 years into my career, I was working at a bank in the marketing department. I was doing literally, you know when you go to the bank and you see those flyers about loans? I was doing that. It was very boring, very creatively stifling, and honestly, I felt very lost. So I would do that during the day. Then I would go home, I'd be on Pinterest and Behance and Dribble, and I'll be like, okay, I need to copy this style of design because this is what everyone else is doing. I would look to talks, I would look at what like my pentagram idols were doing, but it didn't relate. It just made me more confused because I knew that this was what I wanted to be doing in terms of this is the standard I want to reach, but it was not relating to the people in Ghana. And I was confused. Like, I think we've all had the situation where, and I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, where you design something that you personally think fills the brief. So maybe they say they want a logo for a restaurant, and you think that what you've done is perfect, but the client doesn't agree, right? They might impede on it so much that in the end, you feel like even creatively, design objectively, it's horrible. But they're happy with it. That can be kind of confusing for you because then you're thinking, am I the problem? Is it that like I actually don't know what I'm doing? Or you might even get angry and think, all these clients are just useless, like Ghanaians, we don't really know what we're doing. And I was also very frustrated. So I remember when I was first starting out, somebody asked me, how much will you charge for a logo? And I was like, I'll get back to you. And I went online and I Googled how much to charge for a logo. And I remember so clearly, it was like between $3,000 and $5,000 for a logo. This was, a few years ago. And so I was like, okay, I know I can't charge $3,000 to $5,000. But I was like, okay, let me try my luck. In the end, the most they were willing to pay was 500 cedis. Even then, that was a little amount of money. And so you're frustrated because you're seeing all this work that says you are worth more than this, but this is all that you're getting on the ground. So overall, the struggle was just very, very, very real. Like I said, I was working at a bank at this point, so I was really doubting myself, like, do I really want to do design? Should I just stick with the bank, move my way up, save comfortable job, bonus every year? Or should I actually, take this seriously? So luckily, I had the cushion in terms of supportive family and friends, etc., that I decided to pursue it and start all over again in my design journey. So I had to ask myself some questions. What kind of designer am I trying to be? How do I make work that looks like only I could have made it? And how do I put my personality into my work? So for me, these were the most important questions that I had to ask. So eventually, I mostly figured it out. I think I'm still learning a lot about myself and about the process. But I think where I am now, I'm pretty satisfied with how things are going. I also just want to introduce the caveat that it looks like a set of linear steps, like from 1 to 2 to 3, but that's not how it actually happened. It was from 1 to 7 to 3, then you go back to 7. So just try not to overthink and think that you're doing something wrong if you don't do it in this order. So the first thing you need to do before you can figure out what kind of designer you are is figure out what kind of person you are. It seems obvious, but I think a lot of the time we don't figure out who we are, what our personality is, and we try and just blindly follow the advice of other people, right? So what do you like? How do you work best? What are your goals? And why are you doing this? So like I said before, I would work nights, I would work weekends. Eventually I figured out I don't like working in the night. I can't function if I haven't slept, and I hate more than anything when I'm working on the weekends, because that's supposed to be my time. So now I've structured my life so that Friday at 6 p.m., no clients can call me, unless there's like a critical emergency. And so I know that that means that during the daytime hours, during the week, I have to be as productive as possible. And something simple like that can really change how you work, because if you're forcing yourself to do all nights and weekend work because you think that's what you should be doing, you're wasting everybody's time. You also need to ask yourself, what inspires you? What inspires you to feel creative? What aspects of design excite you the most? And what types of clients do you enjoy the most? So let's say, for example, you are most inspired when you've consumed other aspects of design. Maybe you need to spend 20 minutes on Pinterest before you start a project. Or maybe you need some quiet time, you listen to music, you de-stress, and then you start designing. Build in that time for yourself and learn how you work so that, like I said, you're not wasting your own time. What aspects of design excite you the most? I think we talked earlier about if you know you hate doing logos, try not to take so many logo projects, because in the end, all you're producing is work that the client is not happy with, you're not happy with, and it doesn't help you to grow. I mean, yes, we all have to take jobs for money occasionally, but try and build up. If you really like packaging design, try and look for those kind of projects. Seek them out, to do the work to find them. Same with the types of clients. For me personally, I'm more inspired by packaging design, brand design, when it's something physical. So at the end of the project, I know, oh wow, this is what we made. The abstract projects, I will do them, but they don't excite me as much, because at the end, I need to see a physical representation of what we've done. And this is also very important. Learn to adapt, not to copy. So like I said, I used to spend ages on Pinterest, ages reading design blogs. But if you don't figure out, okay, what am I actually supposed to learn from this, and you just blindly copy, you're probably not going to get anything good out of it. So an example I'll give you is, I think we've all done a brand identity design, and at the end you produce like a bunch of mock-ups for the client, right? The other day, I downloaded a mock-up, and included in the mock-up was a CD cover. I don't remember the last time anybody used a CD. But I can imagine somebody downloading that mock-up and thinking, this is the most professional way to present it. So I'm going to do a CD mock-up of your brand identity. Why? Because you've seen this in the mock-up. But what you need to learn is, okay, it's more about presenting it in a professional way. So maybe I don't need the CD, but I can use this other mock-up to get the same idea through. And if we look at the example of you should charge, let's say, $5,000 for a logo, maybe you can't charge that amount in Ghana, but the core message is this is something that should have value to it. So maybe it shouldn't be, something very cheap. You can scale it up to make it reasonable to the Ghanaian, but still put that premium value on what it is you're producing. And then also, you have to ask yourself, what does being African mean to you? So for me, like I said, everything that I produce is Ghanaian design because I'm a Ghanaian and I'm a designer. But at the same time, I also do want to infuse my identity in the work. And for me, that aspect of my Ghanaian identity is I like bright colors in my work. I like bold designs. So for me, that's what I see as the Ghanaian aspect of my work. So you have to figure out what is it about you. Maybe for you, what you pride most about being Ghanaian is pattern. So you can try little ways of introducing patterns into your work where it's appropriate, where it fits, and that's expressing your Ghanaian identity. And also, I mean, I'm sure you know there are a lot of African designers in the room. What makes you different? That's something you should be asking yourself. And not difference as in what makes you better. I think a lot of the time we look to differences to try and put ourselves above other people, but I literally mean what makes you different. You know, try and figure out something unique that you can bring. Even if, you know, somebody else might have that same thing, how can you put a twist on it into the work that you do? And the most important thing is please remember that it takes a lot of time. We've been talking about it, but I want to repeat it again. It will not take you 1 year. It hopefully will not take you 10. But it might take you 10. Some of us, it took us 10. But just try and build in that time for yourself so that you're not disappointed if, you know, in 2 years you haven't started your own agency, you don't feel like you're on top of the world. Give yourself that grace and that patience to know that it might take some time. And you might have to, I know everybody wants to be a successful freelancer, you might have to pay your dues, as we said, spend a year in an agency, spend 2 years in an agency, and figure out what can you learn from that experience to make you stronger. Likewise, please learn to embrace failure. I mean, we say it all the time, but it's very true. There will be some clients who will end up not liking what you do. There will be some clients that maybe, you know, they're happy, but you're not happy. Just as long as you learn from it, there's nothing wrong with getting it wrong every now and then. But then at the same time, don't just be like, oh, well, it's a failure, let's move on. Make sure that next time you're not repeating the exact same mistakes you made right before. Ask yourself, okay, what are the red flags that I could have spotted earlier on to know that, oh, this client is probably not going to pay me. Next time another client shows these same patterns, maybe ask for a deposit, or maybe just don't take the job because you know this is how it's going to end up. Likewise, be patient and be flexible with yourself. If things are not working out, there is absolutely no shame in taking a step back, finding a safe job, regrouping, and then coming back out. I think a lot of the times, especially when you are young, it feels do or die, you know? Like I have to be booking clients, be doing work consistently, otherwise I'm failing. There's nothing wrong with saying, okay, actually, I've realized maybe this is not my strength. Maybe I actually need to get help from this person or pivot to this instead. And also remember that what works for you at 23 might not work for you at 32. At maybe 24, 25, I would have been like, okay, yeah, I can work on a Sunday if it means doing this and this. I'm not willing to do that now, so I make up for it in other ways. And please also remember that you have to actually do stuff. Like we all fall into the trap of watching tutorials, looking at videos, and thinking, okay, yeah, now I know how to do this. But when you actually start to do it, it's going to be totally different. Like we said, the idea in your head is different from what comes out in Photoshop. You have to actually do things over and over again, fail over and over again, until you figure out, oh, actually, now I'm comfortable and I'm confident. And once you are comfortable and confident, you'll start to attract what you put out there. So at the beginning of my journey, maybe it would be hard for someone to come to me with packaging design because I have no experience in that. It will take someone taking a really big leap of faith, which is luckily what happened to me, for me to take on a packaging design job. But from that one, it snowballed. And now that's probably, I'd say like 50% of the clients who come to me because they want packaging design. Finally, please have fun. I think Sharon touched on it. We are designers, we are not doctors. If something goes wrong, luckily nobody will die. So please just have fun, you know, take breaks, collaborate with your friends, try new things. Just don't take the job so seriously. Don't put so much pressure on yourself that you lose sight of the fact that you are very lucky that you get to do something creative and people pay you for it. It's a real privilege. And finally, sometimes you just have to do your own thing and not listen to what older people tell you. Because you might say, but actually, Adjoa said this. So if I don't do this, then it means I'm not successful. Maybe I don't know your situation. Maybe I don't know your clients. I don't know your process. This is what worked for me. I think it will work for most people. But feel free to write your own rule book. Figure out what works for you so that you can be as successful as you need to be. So a quick run through. Give yourself a personality quiz. Figure out what inspires you. Learn to adapt. Figure out what does Ghana, what does Africa mean to you. Please remember that it takes time. It takes time, and it takes even more time. Embrace failure. Be patient and flexible. Make stuff because you attract what you put out there. Please have fun and do your own thing. Remember, I just have like 3 more slides, don't worry. Remember that the journey is as important as the destination. So I know exactly how you felt at 24, 25. You're like, can't I just fast forward this part until I'm the creative director at the agency, because this is too hard. Like, why am I suffering like this? The truth is you can fast forward, and be 35. But if you haven't gone through all those steps, you'll be in the exact same position, you'll just be older. The things that you learn about yourself along the way, the failing, the success, all of it together are the most important bit, because truthfully, the destination keeps shifting. Where I want to be now is where I wanted to be 5 years ago. I probably am there now, but I don't see it because I'm looking ahead another 3-5 years, Ultimately, the goal is to make work that you're proud of. Success is nice, money is nicer, but they don't last. Ultimately, the city will fall, you need to make more money, but at least if you have some work that you're proud of, that's all that really matters in the end. So this is where I am 10 years into my journey. Like I said, mostly packaging design, because that's what I love most now. It took a lot of trial and error to get here. It wasn't overnight, but I think the journey and the struggles are truly what helped me get here. So please, have fun, take your time, and be yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll just take one question. Okay, Joshua.
Thank you very much. You mentioned about having to look for inspiration on Pinterest, Dribble, Behance. Basically, that's like every designer's routine. And you mentioned that we should try not to copy, but that is where I wanted to ask. Is there a way that you can be able to identify the thing itself that you're looking for in the elements than to be compelled to copy? I hope you get the question I'm asking.
I wish it was an easy answer, but it's not. You have to ask yourself a lot of questions. So let's say there's a logo that you keep coming back to that you really like. You have to interrogate and ask yourself, what is it that I like about it? Is it I like the way they've used the font, the typography? Do I like the color? Do I like the way the identity came together in the end, or how they balance things? It's a lot of research and trial and error. So maybe starting out, you figure out, okay, actually, I like how they use the font. So maybe the next logo I do, I'm trying to use type in a similar way to achieve the same goal. But what I mean is, don't say, okay, so it looks like in the West, every tech logo is green. So the next time I do a tech logo, it's going to be green. You have to ask, why did they use green? If there's a meaning to that, maybe in this culture, green doesn't have that same meaning. So copying green doesn't make sense. Do you get what I mean?
Okay, so because of time, you would have to upload your questions online, and then we would answer you behind the scene. We would be, okay, yes. So kindly sign up to the website. on the screen and then post your questions with the hashtag. And then behind the scene, we'll try and get an answer for you. In the meantime, we'll be moving over to our second panel discussion, which is going to be on the topic formal design education in Ghana and how it fits into our cultural landscape. Yeah.
Hello. I hope you can. Okay, great. It's working. Yes. So I'm back. Hope that was really great, Nanajwa. Really great presentation. I will quickly call on the panelists for this session, and I would start with Yei Kobina. I hope I didn't murder your name. So with a career spanning over a decade, Anthony Yei Kobina Jackson has played multiple roles in broadcast journalism, news anchoring, branding and programming communications, script writing and content producing. He has worked as the lead producer for TV3's flagship morning show, New Day. Can we have Kobina on the stage? Hi. Second panelist is Farah Abdul Wahab. And Farah is a graphic designer who discovered her love for teaching when she lectured and headed the graphic design department at Radford University College in 2010. During her 9 years of experience, she succeeded in shaping the department to be one of the best design schools in Ghana. Her interest in creating meaningful learning experiences encouraged her to embark on a new journey as an MYP facilitator for design and technology at Al Rayyan International School. She is now the school's IBCP coordinator. Can we have Farah, please? Yeah. And last but not least, I'm calling Paul Ninsen. Paul is a photographer and filmmaker born in Kumasi, Ghana, but currently in New York. He graduated from Kwame Nkrumah. He's currently here, but yeah. He graduated from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Industrial Arts, and he started his photography career 5 years ago as a medium of expression to solve problems. Ninsen has traveled across Africa working on personal projects for several nonprofit organizations, agencies in parts of Africa and USA, such as BBDO, Nextdoor, Harvard Press, AstraZeneca, New York Times, and we probably popularly know him from Humans of New York. Paul? All right. Noted. Thank you so much for coming to join us on this session. So we are basically talking about formal design education in Ghana and how it fits into our current cultural landscape. So just before I go to the panelists, I want to see who studied design in Ghana. Show by hand. Okay. Can we hear some of the schools in the room? KNUST? Radford University?
Hey, so nobody from Legon?
Only two schools? Sorry? YouTube University, that's good. Okay. All right. Yeah, so, Kobina.
Yes, hi.
I want to know a bit about what your education was and your current professional practice and how that plays a role or how that links together.
Okay, so like you said, the action.
Can you hear him?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can you hear me? All right, so I always knew I wanted to be a writer. So I kind of went to, right after secondary school, my mom, who knew my passion, suggested I go to GIG because frankly, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. So when you can't follow your passion, you follow your curiosity. So I studied journalism, and after national service, I was lucky enough to work with TV3. And right through national service, I started producing New Day, and I got into the TV content producing field. So let me just say, I've been lucky enough to land where my passion was from the beginning.
So you didn't go anywhere outside of your educational background? Okay. Is it the same for you, Farah and Paul?
Yes, for me, I studied graphic design, but mainly I have become, I took the job of being head of graphic design department based on my learning, like my life experience rather than my bachelor degree or my master's degree. I was coming from an overprotected family where I used to go to university, I have to go only in the staff bus. So I have to go from 8 o'clock, I have to come back at 6 o'clock home. So whether I finish at 2 or 1 or 12, I have to stay in school till 12. So me, during my free time, I'll be going to the administration. I'm bored, give me something to do. So I got to learn how administration work, how university work. So I came here and was offered the job, like, yeah, okay, I lived like 5 years in university, so I can definitely do something. So this is how it's influenced my career choice.
Nice. Paul?
I've always been an artist. I did visual arts in school, senior high school, and university. I did industrial arts and went on to New York to study filmmaking and photography. And so I think I've been in the same trend, just different path of what I was discovering myself, what, I really wanted to be.
Yeah, that's, okay. Is it us? Okay. That's interesting to know that the panelists that we have actually followed their dreams of, what they studied and also what they are currently working on. Is it the same for those in the room? How many of us studied in a design or creative field and are currently practicing it? Can I see by hand? Okay, how many did not? Oh, wow. Okay, all right. I'm coming to you, Farah, because you have been teaching graphic design and also now a design facilitator. I love what Nana just said when she said that everything I design is Ghanaian, basically because it's design. And I also share the same thoughts that everything is by design because everything we use, we touch, we see, it's just somebody has designed it, right? And when you consider that, how can you say that, or what would be your opinion in terms of using our school systems to be able to connect this perception that design is actually an important element of development and just our progress?
Okay, so mainly how I used to approach design teaching at Radford was, I would just tell them that it's not what you do, it's who you are, whether you like it or not, because it's about your thought, it's about how you look at things, about your perspective, about your culture, your life experiences. Definitely part of that aspect will come into the part of the design sketching, developing ideas, because this is where you are bringing your ideas from. This is what you know, this is what are your background giving you. So definitely, that's what everyone was saying that if I'm a Ghanaian, that means my design is Ghanaian. I understand to that extent. But also at the same time, I think Nana also said that I start with the process, Pinterest, Dribble and all that. And everyone also doing the same thing. That we are getting the same kind of information, we are getting the same kind of inspiration. Which is also taking away that, it's influencing also what we think about our background, where we are coming from and all that. So we end up being like taking decision as, what is my character, what is my style in design, and what is I'm seeing, and what do I want to follow because this is the trend. So I think based on how good you are, then one part will dominate the other part. And then you see some designers are more comfortable bringing that uniqueness in their design, and some are kind of, they are nice, it's neat, it's good, but it's like similar to what other things we have been seeing. It's not something new. You see there's a trend and everyone is following it. So in design, in the school system, I used to tell them that when you are teaching design, you are not teaching like how to design it, but how to approach things. The most important thing is that you are designing something that needs to work for someone, not needs to work for you. So if that is your client, and you have to put yourself in the shoes of the user. So if the user is that part of, is coming from a certain class, coming from certain, you can't say my work is not, because the design is for them, it's not for you. So we always have to make sure that how we teach our students to approach design is the most important thing. So yeah.
Great. Paul, when you take a look at your significant journey from being a raw creative talent to becoming a professional, what would you say is the major differences you have noticed in Ghanaian schools and other places that you have studied?
So when I went to school in New York, I was the only black in the class of 25. And the system was not meant for me. But here in Ghana, everybody is black, everybody is a Ghanaian. The teachers are Ghanaians mostly. I think the difference is here, I mean, sometimes I go back, so back in school, I started researching about Ghana, art, design, diving deep to understand what it means to be a Ghanaian and be a designer. You know, so sometimes I think in the summary of what everybody shared, you go back to your sources and your influence. I am different from Aaron. I'm different from anybody. My upbringing was different. You know, I grew up without television. It was reading. You know, we used to read a lot. My dad used to ask us to read. My grandparents were traditional rulers. They used to tell me stories about our hometown. You know, my grandfather, I didn't know what he was thinking. He thought maybe probably I'll follow his path. But when I became a photographer and I took a step back and I realized that, oh shoot, all the pictures have been taken were influences and sources from my childhood. So as designers over here, the difference is who you are. Go back to your sources and your influence. What influenced you most? And for the differences, like who is a Ghanaian and who's not, that is not the point. It's who you are. And who you are means you're a Ghanaian. And being a Ghanaian and then growing up here, the element, the culture is embedded in you. When we define culture, what is culture? Many people keep going back to the fact that, oh, Asante Kinte. No. That is just not just that culture alone, but the culture of the way we live, the way the community, the way we interact with people is beyond. When I went to Global Citizen Festival, I've been away for so long and I was shocked, like how the dressing has changed over time. You know, culture adapts. So for me, I think that the difference is what we study in school, and I think in most of the formal education, or informal education, we need to dive deep into who we are. What is my source? What's my influence? What influenced me? When Abba wakes up in the morning, what does she watch? The TV. And all of us are visual artists. We constantly consume our visual muscles, constantly. And that becomes who we are. So in terms of being a Ghanaian and a designer, that is who you are.
Interesting. So there are quite a number of people in the room who did not study within the fields that they are currently practicing. And like we heard, there are a lot of young creatives who are also graduating from the University of YouTube. As a producer, you are definitely working with creatives from all angles. Are you able to differentiate between someone who has studied through the formal design system or the formal creative education in Ghana and someone who hasn't?
Well, I think it's very easy to spot someone who is hungry for success. It doesn't really determine whether they went through a formal setting or they did University of YouTube, like you said, but also someone who is personally studying something from the University of YouTube. What I've noticed is they are more hungry to prove themselves because they do not have like some sort of degree to back the experience. So when I used to be at TV3, for instance, we had people who did not necessarily have a journalism background. And what you'd find is when these people come to the newsroom or they are working on morning shows or whatever show they are working on, they are eager to prove, they are eager to learn and to fit in the space that they find themselves in. Yeah. And like I said earlier, when you can't follow your passion, you follow your curiosity. So it's a curiosity that helps you build to get experience. Yeah.
Being hungry and being curious. Yes. Okay. I'm coming back to you, Paul. You were talking about the Ghanaian culture, and we have known there's a part of the Ghanaian culture that passes down wisdom, skills, experiences in the informal way, right? And looking at that, how can we formalize this without affecting the quality? Because some of the stories we've heard or some of the values that we have created over time have not come through the formal educational system. So is there even an advantage in formalizing what has been passed on informally? And how can we do that without losing the quality or the essence of it? Yeah.
I think it's more of research and collaboration. One of my biggest problems with the education system is that I graduated Ken USD. Our department back then was close to the business school, and it was close to the literature class, you know. And I question is that why is there no room where all these people can meet together? Because, for example, if you go to Menchia Palace, there are oral histories which have been recorded for years. The reason why I came back to build Decan, that was one of the reasons, because my school has so many archives of Kwame Nkrumah I've never seen in my life. So many archives of Ghana I've never seen in my life. So by the way, Northwestern University, BBC, they have archives of Ghana more than any institution on earth because they've been collected. Why is it these things not available and accessible, even in the design class? Why is history of visual art or visual culture of Ghana not being taught in Ghana? For me, I think that's the way forward. If these things are being incorporated in the classroom, the first course you have to learn in any design class should be the history of, local history of design. You know, the Atakwame, if you, maybe some of you follow David J, they do incredible work of researching about Africa. Even in the designs and the buildings, they have a research department. So for me, that is the core. All design schools, informal sessions, all the YouTube university students over here, go back and dive deep. Look at the art. Go back in 90s. What was there before? You know, if you don't know, one of the things I'm really proud of African Americans is that they constantly learn their history. They are constantly, because they are so proud of it. Even if it's a limited history, whatever is being told orally, they know. But if you don't know, you're out of the game. And I think that's my encouragement. I believe in Africa. I believe in the young people of us today. Everyone is doing something great. So for me, I think the collaboration and involving these history, some of the histories are lies, honestly. The Kwame Nkrumah, some of the Asante's folk tales, some of them is questionable, but even it's still part of our history and our culture. So.
Can I add to it? I think schools should also introduce the mentorship. Having mentors for students, not only teachers. Teachers come, they have a content they need to deliver. But mentors takes you through content, skills, life experiences, and when you are experiencing something new, is with you step by step to take you and to show how it is done. So a lot of things that many sessions we used to have, like we just talked about the kind of why it is important to submit on time, how it affects. So I think mentorship, like finding mentors for students, not only teachers, can also be something that can bring the, especially mentors from the culture, from the experience, maybe designer from the culture, to be with these students and then to take them through the journey, what has used to be before and maybe what is coming.
Talking about the experience, I mean, we are obviously at the Design Experience dEX conference. And it's all about the design experience. And what I know is we have currently, I mean, we have the design lab in Ghana at Ashesi, there's Radford University, we have design department. As it stands now, I know we currently have only one design school on the continent, which is the D School in Cape Town. Would you say that Ghana has a functional design education system that can really develop designers that are of the quality and the standards that we have been talking about?
Honestly, until the government, the policies makers will start and believe in the power of design before we can get design schools being built in the country. Other than that, I used to be part of a department. The department was doing so great. Go to management level, lot of things. They just want, oh, you can bring money, I want 70%. You can do this, I want 70%. They don't, until the government, the policies makers start and train and let the people believe in the power of design. It's not only the aesthetic that we see. It's how you organize your hospitals and making it easier for people to find their way. This is design. It's how you are making your products more appealing. How you are making traffic light, not to be stuck in traffic. This is all part of design. But we don't recognize that design is if you do something nice or not. And it's not like she said, it's not life-killing, but no. I can make people's life easier if I can put myself in their shoes and I can understand. Unless government understand the power of design and how it can contribute to the economy of the country, we can't have any design school happening, honestly. So, my personal opinion.
Wow. I'm being signaled of the time, but Kobna, I'm back to you. We have been talking about collaboration, and I think one of the environments that can actually help us do that is the campuses. I mean, where we study, where we form our cliques. How can students, designers who are maybe in this room really start building collaborations? Because we heard from the previous speaker that you have to, that was Sydney, I believe, you have to already start building the collaborative bonds before you need to collaborate. So how can design students who are going through the system and the educational, all of that, collaborate, even right from the student level?
You said something about you need to build the collaboration before you actually need it. Well, I wish I had met you years before. Because when I
didn't say, I was repeating what the speaker said.
I wish I'd met the speaker years before. Because when I was about to publish my book, and I needed the cover design, and I needed a model, and I needed a photographer, and all of that. Because I hadn't built a platform, I hadn't networked with anybody. When you approach somebody, they don't know you. They don't know your work, so it becomes very difficult for them to trust you and say, I'm going to give you my image for you to use on your book or whatever. So it's really important that you develop teamwork. You don't know when you're going to need it, but it's quite important because you're harnessing different ideas, which is going to influence your creative process later on in life. And it's so easy to go through your contacts and someone you know from 3 years ago and say, I have this that is coming up, but I think when you come on board, it's going to make it more fruitful, more successful. It helps if you already have the system in place, if you already have people that you can lean on until whatever it is that you have coming up draws close, and now you're panicking and searching for links and all of that. So it's really important. Anywhere you go, it's important that you network. When I was first approached about this event, I was telling a friend I met outside, I was like, do I really need to do this? And all of that. Because, nerve setting, is this something that the theme, is it me? I think it's me. So it's a design. I'm like, well, what does the writer have to do with this and all of that? But I knew it was important to get into a space, talk to people, learn about them, give them the opportunity to learn about me. And just in the near future, who knows, I could work with Paul. I did send you my CV some time back, though. Oh. I just need to point it out.
He probably didn't read it.
Yeah, so now we're networking, so who knows? So
I'll look at it.
So it's very, very important that you build like a network base. You might not need them now, but in 5 years, who knows?
I'm just curious, how many of us have started an agency or working in an agency where we are working with our colleagues from school? Okay, just a few hands. Okay, interesting. All right.
If I can point something out, when you go for certain events, it's usual that you go with people that you know. But when you get there, it's also important that you mingle.
Yeah.
Because you never know. You might just meet somebody and you're talking about coffee.
Yeah.
You have no idea about it, but just,
Yeah.
Then you take a number after.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, those of us who just found out, we've been chewing Sankofa plantain chips, but we just found out the designers.
When you asked the question, the hands that went up, it seemed that they were all together in one place. When you get after the event, just mingle. Talk about someone's hair. Oh, that's a bold style. What's the inspiration behind it? You never know when you need these people in the future.
Yeah, that's so true. Before we take one or two questions, I believe, Paul, So your story blew up on Humans of New York, which was nice. I read all about it. And after that, you've been venturing into all sorts of stories, visual stories telling. It's easy to talk about the all the glam and everything that people read about. What has been your biggest failure?
Okay, before that, I'll quickly want to add on to what one of our panelists said. Till the government, I hear that a lot. Unfortunately, the room where those decisions are made, we don't have designers there.
Exactly.
That's the truth. Even the people who design the curriculums, if my dad was designing the curriculum, wow, like I would be shocked because he doesn't believe in art. His basic thing is that it doesn't make anything to him. So for me, on the flip side, this is a room of wonderful people. Everyone is doing something on his own way. My brother over here is doing these books for kids. We've talked about it. My sister, Abba, all around, everybody is doing something his own. You're doing something on your own way. My encouragement to everybody is that bit by bit, that's where the building blocks is. When my experience in the US, I didn't see much of the government doing much, but I saw individual and communities building up together. So my encouragement to everybody is that, yeah, the government will not do much, but all of us, even in the schools, there's a lecturer from Bradford here, instilling these things in students, innovation, progress, like things, personal projects. Why can't somebody redesign something in Ghana as a personal project and start posting on social media for these conversations to start? I know there's places, very limited places you can have these conversations, but little by little, Jam's place is coming up. This other place is coming up. Talking about my failure. So for the past 9 months, I've been working on Decan. I'm a photographer and a filmmaker. I took 42 courses in school to know everything because I was very hungry. But the problem, coming back to Ghana, the idea is like, yes, I'm coming back to Ghana, I'm going to build Decan, after Humans of New York, everybody is reaching out to, not everybody, a lot of people are reaching institutions, partnerships is going on, and you come to Ghana and you give a carpenter a work to go and do, and it's like 16 days and you can't find him. Today I can't find my electrician. I've given him money, I can't find him. It's like my sister's wife, mother is dead. Okay, what has it got to do with me? Finish my job, Some of the failures is, my mistake in the beginning was the things which I studied in school. I studied archiving, I studied digitalization of archiving, museum, gallery. I interned in most of the galleries in the US, some galleries as well, because I knew coming back, these are the spaces which are not there being taught, so we're going to teach about curation and other things. And coming back to Ghana, I thought it was all rosy. You pack your bag and you come, and I underestimated the work. And now looking back, and Decan is almost ready. We are currently, I will just put it out there, we are currently hiring national service personnel, even as well on graphic design, filmmaking, video editing, and communications, comms. We currently recruiting for 2 roles in comms as well, basically digital. And I underestimated the work, and I think that was my mistake, and it took me so long to learn that Ghana is different. So sometimes in the morning, I look into the mirror and I repeat constantly, Paul, you're in Ghana. Paul, you're in Ghana. Paul, you're in Ghana. Get out of the New York mindset. You're in Ghana, where things are basically different. So even workers are different. You bring people in and you realize that your mindset and the vision and the drive, you want to push people. So I'll tell everyone who is looking for a role, national service internship, to apply to people at decan.org. And I'm looking to work with younger people, women also as well, for us to be able to build a space where very soon will be open. We will have, talking about collaboration, we'll have tables and chairs at the compound where Wi-Fi's are free. You can come in, stay there as long as you want. We have incredible library as well for people, and a gallery and media centers and all that for the space as well.
Fantastic. So do not underestimate the spaces that you're in. I'm looking around for 2 hands. If you have any question for, okay, I see one, the last person. Okay. So there's a lady here.
Thank you. So I'm from Radford University, and my boss is Farah sitting there. So I had to comment on formal education in design. And one thing I noticed about us creatives is that most of the time we rely on skills and talent. That all I need to be able to do is to know my Photoshop, to get my gadget, and to be able to produce something. Now, the reason why we are not making a lot of impact or getting into a lot of spaces because we are not intentional about our acts. Now, when you look at other professionals, they are intentional about collaboration, research. So a lot of the things you've spoken about, Ghanaian, African, a lot of it is because of process. A graphic designer doesn't even see why you should do research before you come out with the final work. So when you stand on somebody and ask what was the research, it's like you're bothering the person. So when you come out with the final work, it doesn't have substance. And when something doesn't have substance, it's not solid enough to go far. So you're just touching the surface of the work, and then that's just where we remain.
Okay.
We don't go deeper.
I believe you are making a contribution.
Yes, a contribution.
All right.
So we don't even know the people in our industry. We don't know how far we have to go. We don't know the kind of things we have to do. My contribution is that for us to be able to be great designers, to make the impact, and all this talk about Ghanaian and Afrikaners, you have to be intentional about design. Now, she said design is to communicate.
Because of time, the contribution is we should be intentional about design. Thank you very much. We'll take the last question. Is it a question or a contribution? It's a question. Okay, great.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Michael. So I was a TA in K University, and the question I want to ask is about what Paul said, because I was already saying it before he came on board. So I was happy he mentioned it. There is a disconnect between the research we have to do for especially storytelling, because I'm a writer, and the work itself. So the question I'm asking is, how do we bridge it? Is it that we have to create a platform where we have all the material you need to sort of like do a good research about it? Because I'll give an example. I got interested in a little story about Yasanto. I was like, okay, let me do the research. And as I was doing the research, it was so hard. And what I found was that, like, basically the story that we have out there, like if we just Google Yasanto's story, is so drab. It's like plain rice without stew. It's like so drab. But when you go deep, and you have to, it's so hard. The kind of archives you have to go and look for, where to go to, it's so hard. So I'm just asking, maybe I don't know, but are there systems in place that are sort of looking at bridging the gap, bringing the archives that Ghana has, joining them with the BBC archives in one place for all designers and storytellers to go and see what this looks like and what that is?
So the meaning of decant means take the lead. You know, I want to take the lead in solving problems. I'm not the kind of, because growing up, my dad would tell you solve the problem and start talking. So at decant, what we are doing, my people will not be happy with me, but what we are doing is that we have a room where we have only African books. We have 1,813 African books of today. I have a book which is 1982, signed by the then governor of Gold Coast. Why are we doing this? We'll have a computer in the room, computers, where we link to, so our institutions like Yale, they have archives. They have endowment of about $1 billion buying everything. I can't compete with them. But I can only tell them that, hey, can you allow us to access these data and information in Ghana? So when you come to Decan, you can have access to all these data and informations, archives in digital copies, some of them which are the copyright is loose. You can print them and take them with you. You can copy them. The runs which are copyright is protected, you can only view at Decan Center. So for me, I see this problem with you, my brother. I'm trying to solve them with Decan, trying to bring all these things and research together, where also we can give fellowship to people to come in and research and make these research available to Ghanaians, where they can be able to have, because I don't believe why Kwame Nkrumah's archives of Ghana, Asante, Volta region, and other things is in the West, but not here and be accessible.
Yeah, great. So, Michael, the next time you're looking for resources and some sort of information, you know where to find them. If you go and it's not there, you should flag Paul so that he can start the research and you guys can work on it together. So, last words, 30 seconds. Last words, 30 seconds. Kobina, how can we continue to tell our own stories? Because sometimes I think about all the research that has been done by every final year student, and I'm wondering where those ones go to. But as a writer, as a journalist, how do we continue to tell these creative stories in our own way?
I'd say dig deep. Dig deep and trust yourself. Put the work out there. Get people to review what you're writing. And there's nothing wrong with rewriting and rewriting until it's perfect. Is 30 seconds up?
Farah, what's your advice to students in the room? Or, designers, we are always learning, so we will be students forever. So what's your advice as far as design education is concerned?
Stay a lifelong learner. Graduate from a school and then you move to YouTube, nothing wrong with that. Find a mentor and always do a journaling. Reflect everything they do, they should journal and document it so for future. So they can see where they have been, because sometimes the memory betrays us. So document what you are doing, your journey, so where you have been, where you are, because also it might help others to know what you have gone through so they can learn from your mistakes. So.
Fantastic. Paul, how can we visualize ourselves in this whole creative space and our contributions?
I think the young generation, we should humble ourselves and be patient. And if you want to tell stories, please focus in Ghana and Africa. Some of us are so stuck and focused on the West and what the West is doing. Don't care about them. Just focus and build your ecosystem here. You don't have anybody to impress. Impress yourself. Tell stories for Ghanaians. Tell stories by Ghanaians, and that's the way forward.
All right, it's a wrap. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kobina. Thank you, Farah. Thank you, Paul. We are moving on to the last bit, I believe, and I don't think you want to miss this one. So thank you very much for joining us for this session.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. On to our last session. Speaking on the topic, designing products for the African. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite on stage Mr. Dela Kumwa.
How's everybody doing? I'm going to sit down if you guys don't mind, yeah? So, all right, that's actually the last slide. So I'm going to be, I've been asked to speak on the topic of designing products in Africa. And first of all, I just want to say that this is really, really cool. I remember when I first moved back to Ghana, what I would have done, what I would have killed for to have an event like this. So it's really, really cool to be in an environment like this, surrounded by design with a capital D. So I think everybody, first, just give yourselves a round of applause, especially to the dEX team. This is really, really impressive. While we're waiting, can I just get a quick show of hands? How many of you here consider yourselves to be product designers? Okay, don't be shy. I see, the half hands thing. How many of you? Hands high? All right, very good, very good. Do you consider yourself sort of a hybrid product and graphic or just product? Let me ask that a different way. How many of you consider yourselves hybrid designers? All right, excellent. Okay, all right, here we go. So, as I said, I'm going to be speaking on the subject of designing products for the African, and I will start by talking about, is this working? Okay, so a few minutes ago somebody mentioned process, and as designers we always have to have a process. And as far as I'm concerned, that always starts with interrogating the problem that you've been given. And so this is the process that I went through to understand what I needed to do here today. So I was given the problem of speaking on how to design products for the African. And this is sort of my thinking around what problem I needed to come and solve. So for example, I think it's very difficult to talk about talk about sort of Africa as a monolith and how to design for the African. However, designing within an African context is something that I do have experience in, and I can at least speak to some extent, right? So at the end of the day, the presentation that you are about to see is not exactly about designing products for the African. It's more one guy's perspective on things you might need to think about more when designing products for the African context, presented fairly briefly, okay? So the first thing that I want to talk about is insight versus bias. And I started with this slide because for me, when I think about what an African is, or what the average African is, I think of someone much older than the people in this picture, much older than myself, in fact. But actually, the average age of an African is 19 years old, which is amazing to me. So it speaks to what, in fact, my own biases are as a designer, and I think maybe gives some sort of an indication of the kinds of biases that we all bring to the table. So this question of insight versus bias, what is a cultural insight versus what is a cultural bias, I think is an important one that we all need to be able to grapple with before we even start this conversation about how to design for anybody, Africans in particular, right? I think insight and bias are sort of both ends of the same spectrum, and it can be very, very difficult to understand which end of that spectrum you're on, right? Insight is conscious, so you cannot have an insight without knowing that you have an insight, whereas a bias can be unconscious, which is what makes biases, potentially anyway, so dangerous. An insight is correct and fair, a bias is incorrect or unfair. Insight helps to bring focus to a solution, right? So you have an insight, you're able to clear away all the other potential solutions, and you're able to focus on one thing. Whereas a bias distracts from the solution. You're focusing, but you're focusing on the wrong thing. Insights are good for design, and biases are bad for design. And to take this a little bit further, I wanted to illustrate this with a short video, okay? So this is Jocelyn Wyatt. This is from a video taken in 2012. She's a former co-lead and executive director of IDEO.org, which is the nonprofit arm of IDEO, which is an international design consultancy. So in 2012, Jocelyn and her team were asked to come to Ghana to help to solve a particular problem, which is the problem of human waste and sanitation, right? The problem of how to help people who do not have toilets in their own homes, they don't have plumbing, they don't have running water, how to give them a way to go to the bathroom and dispose of their own waste. Okay, so this very short clip is going to describe what her and her team did, or one of the things that her and her team did.
So we flew to Ghana with these 6 toilets, and our initial assumption was that people were going to want the most aspirational of the toilets. This is a small camping toilet. It has a water flush, and so we thought that people would really want kind of the notion that they were connected to plumbing or to the sewage system, and that they would want this kind of water flush. What we found, though, was that it was really complicated for people to use, and when we went back after we gave them to people for a couple days to use, we found out that most of them were sort of overflowing and really disgusting, or the ones that hadn't been used because the people were so protective and they didn't want to let children or their elderly parents use them for fear that they might mess them up. Instead, people preferred a really simple toilet model. This was essentially just a bucket with a seat on top of it and a lid that would close. And so what that got us to was to develop the design of this toilet, which was aspirational in terms of its design, but very basic in terms of its functionality. The third thing that we prototyped was the brand. So we started off by asking people what features were important to them in a toilet. Was it safety? Was it health? Was it convenience? This led us to 4 different brand directions. So when we left those toilets with people in their homes, we said to them, which of these stickers would you like to put on your toilet? What do you want your toilet to be called? And 11 of the 12 families selected Clean Team as the option that they liked. So this led us to move in that direction. We then took the California design version and brought it to a Ghanaian sign painter and said, what's the Ghanaian version of this American version of Clean Team? And he came up with this. So that sort of helped us understand the local direction, but when we brought this to people, they said, no way, that looks too crafty, it looks too African. We want the American version or the Western version of this. So that led us to then redesign it again, and we got to this version of the Clean Team logo. But it was a little bit too complicated and not refined enough, and so we went back to Ghana a third time, brought out a whole range of different brand directions to consumers again, and ultimately landed on this as the logo and the brand. So currently, as I mentioned, we're scaling from about 150 families with toilets to about 10,000 families over the next 2 years, and through prototyping and failing and learning and iterating.
Okay, all right, sorry, it's a little bit complicated, multiple videos happening at the same time, but you got the idea, correct? Okay, all right, let's start with the idea of the toilet itself. How many of you feel like that's a terrible idea, it will never work? Put your hands up. High, so we can all see. Okay, all right, quite a few people. How many of you think, well, actually, that sounds pretty good, that could work? Put your hands up. Okay, more people are in favor than not. All right, so I really like this example. I used to show, when I used to teach at HSC, I used to show this example a lot for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think it helps to bring us back down to earth when we talk about product design in Africa. I think sometimes we have a tendency, especially those of us who are engaged in the digital space, to think about product design as a kind of a sexy thing. But actually, the kind of products that Africans design, this is it, right? These are really the kind of problems that we have to solve, right? So that's one reason why I like this example. The second reason is kind of uncomfortable. Not kind of uncomfortable, it's very uncomfortable, right? I mean, so first of all, there's something about having a foreigner come to Ghana to solve these kinds of problems, quote unquote, for us, right? Whatever you think of that kind of approach. But secondly, and maybe I'll throw it out to you guys, so we have a room full of Africans here, or mostly Africans here. How does it feel to you to hear a white person say to you, actually, you know what, I've looked at this problem, what you need is a bucket with a seat on it, but don't worry, I'm going to make it look nice. Right? Which is, I mean, it's literally what you just heard. But at the same time, most of you feel like this is a good idea. And actually, I think I would agree with you. And the reason why is because they went through a good design process, right? Again, we're coming back to that idea of process again. And And so what it means is, if you want to be able to distinguish between what is an insight and what is a bias, you need a healthy design process. Now, I applaud them for sort of recognizing their own limitations as foreigners in this land and going the extra mile to investigate what their sort of ideas were. When it comes to the logo, I just think that's kind of interesting, because I don't know if I would have ever questioned that, right? You know what I mean? It's like, really, this was a finding that people wanted a more refined logo. But at the same time, you have to applaud them for questioning their assumptions to that extent, right? And then going to the extent to validate it. And there's something that we can all learn from that. So when we talk about, so again, coming back to this question of insight versus bias, what it means then is that good design practice is what draws the line between insight and bias. This is not a new thing, right? Anybody who is engaged in design will know this. But I think it is additionally important for us as designers within the African context to pay attention to this, because we tend to be dealing with projects that have a greater level of uncertainty about them, right? Or there is more at risk, right? There is people's health at risk, for instance. And where there's greater uncertainty, there's greater risk of bias. Where there's greater risk of bias, there's greater need for insight, okay? And this requires humility. It requires us to be able to say that we don't know what the answer is. I remember when I was a kid, I used to have a habit of saying, I don't know to everything, right? And I would say it with confidence. So you ask me a question, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. Because that's true, I didn't know the answer. And it used to piss my dad off all the time, because he used to tell me, why do you keep saying that? He would say to me, don't say I don't know. Say you don't, you'll find out, or you don't think so, or whatever it is. Because there's something about admitting uncertainty that we don't like, right? But as designers, we need that. We need to be able to be humble enough to be able to admit that we don't know, and that that's actually a healthy thing. It won't help you as a politician, but it will help you as a designer, right? For those of you who don't know, so Clean Team is an actual social enterprise currently operating in Kumasi. They've been operating since 2012. Services currently servicing almost 16,000 people. That's their website. You can feel free to check them out. The next thing that I want to talk about is technology, and specifically technology as a barrier. And you know what? I'll start with a story. So my mom went to medical school here, and one of her mates told me a story once about a family planning project that they did. I can't remember where exactly. So they went to this area, this community, and they distributed condoms and birth control pills to the women, left, came back a couple months later to check on their progress. So they come back, X number of the women are pregnant. Okay, what happened? We gave you the condoms. Did you use them? Yes, I used them. Well, then why didn't it work? He said, well, my husband came home and said, I don't want to get any semen on me, so he cut the tips of the condoms off. Okay, all right, fine, no problem. What about the birth control pills? We gave you birth control pills. What happened to that? Well, my husband came home and he said, he's the head of the house. So if anybody's taking pills, I don't even have to finish the story. You all know how it ends, right? So listen, technology alone is not going to save us. It's not, right? And you can laugh at that and you can make fun of those women if you want, but the problem is actually deeper than that. Technological advancement isn't necessarily always a good thing. Technology can block as well as lift up. If you create a platform that gives people access to whatever market opportunities or whatever you think is going to give them access to, you also have to acknowledge that in order for them to access that thing, they need to be able to use your technology. And if they can't use your technology or can't use your technology well, you have created a blocker to whatever it is that you wanted them to access in the first place. And we have to be very serious about understanding this one key fact if we want to be able to design for Africans better. We have to. Secondly, there's another fact about technology which I think we don't think about or talk about a lot, which is the fact that technology can be imposing. Technology is very, very efficient, extremely efficient at making people feel inadequate, making people feel stupid. This past week, I tried to make a post on LinkedIn. I tried to repost something that my company had posted, and I couldn't do it. I tried twice. I failed both times. And did I feel stupid? Yeah, I felt a little bit stupid after that. So you can imagine what that might feel like for people who either can't read, don't have access to education, etc. Right? I think I'm generally a pretty smart guy, and I know how to use technology, but other people don't. And we have to understand that people are in that boat, right? I did a project for MTN a few years ago to understand why farmers were not using mobile money, right? And people in rural areas were not using mobile money. Two of the top reasons were, number one, if I lose my phone, I will lose my money. Number two, there's too much fraud. You'll be sitting there and your money will just disappear and you can't do anything about it. Both of these things are false, right? But they don't know that, and you can explain it to them in logical terms, but they can't appreciate it in a way that they can fully embrace it, right? And there's a certain amount of fear. Technology inspires fear in people when they can't understand it, right? And this is perfectly natural, and there's no way that you can avoid this when you are trying to develop products for them, okay? So I'll show you a couple ways in which I have tried to tackle this particular problem in some of my project work. So this is a project that I did for Vodafone. Again, it was a project targeted towards farmers, and the idea was to be able to send them SMS messages about farming activities, etc. And as part of that, we would also send them messages about when to renew their service, when there was a problem, etc. The problem is most farmers are illiterate. So how do we get around this? What we notice in our research is that farmers are very good at remembering the hash code. *128 this, *170, star this, star this, star this. Those things they can remember. So there's something about codifying information, codes that people can understand. So what we did was we attached this sort of 3-character alphanumeric code to the beginning of each SMS. And we educated them about what each one meant. So E01 means you have an error message, something has gone wrong, right? R01 means renewal. Right? You have 1 day to renewal. And this they could understand. So they would get the SMS message. Because the code is at the beginning of the text message, they could see it even without opening up the SMS and be able to understand what the message was saying without even being able to read it. Right? Now, I'm not saying that this is an amazing innovation, but it's little things like this that we can do in order to bridge the gap and to help people sort of cross that technology divide, especially when, people can't read, and people are intimidated by these kinds of things. One of the other things we did was we had to get people to understand how to use their phones, right? So especially with feature phones, you'll know that the memory is very limited, right? So it fills up very quickly. The SMS fills up very quickly. Now, most farmers do not know how to clear old SMSs from their phone, which means very, very quickly, if you're trying to send them helpful information or even if weather alerts about some impending weather event that they need to know about, they will not receive it if their inbox is full. So they now have to be able to become technology experts, even with a feature phone, to be able to go in and be able to delete old SMSs. Otherwise, the value of the service is it's irrelevant, right? So what we did was we created what we call a cheat sheet, which allows us one-on-one. So essentially, we recreate the keypad of the phone, and step by step, we're able to walk people through how to clear SMSs out of their inbox. And we're able to do that successfully in the space of a minute or two, or a couple minutes. Now, what's interesting to this for me is this was incredibly empowering to people to be able to learn this little skill. Like they would go and they would tell their families about it, about what they were able to learn just from doing this. And it speaks to the level of difficulty or the level of fear even that people have with this little piece of technology, right? And it's a small thing, but again, once you see it happening live, it's really, really impressing on you the extent to which people fear technology, even something like deleting messages out of their inbox. So this last project is a project that we did for Fido Money Lending. So we were asked to redesign their mobile app, and we started by doing research into exactly what their processes were. And if you know anything about Fido Money Lending, you'll know that they lend money to people. You go into the office or you go online, you fill out a form, and then you get an automatic decision on whether or not you get a loan or not. So they have a lot of different kinds of people coming into the office applying for loans. Many of them are illiterate and have never used a smartphone before or a tablet or are just not comfortable using it. So what would happen a lot of times is someone would walk up to the receptionist, they'll say, "What do I do?" The receptionist would tap on the form and say, "Fill this out," and they would tap on the first field, which is first name, and then they would go away, the person would go away, enter in their first name, get back up, go back to the reception and say, "Okay, I did that, what do I do now?" Right? Because they don't know how to navigate to the next field, right? They have absolutely no idea. So what we did was, in our redesign, we added this next button, right? Let's see if that works. And what we found was that it did work. So when people would fill in the first field, then the phone would automatically scroll to the next field, and they could go on from there. For people who were already familiar with how to navigate technology, they didn't have to use the next button, so they would just go through as normal. But what we found was when people used the next button once, they would use it over and over and over again for the rest of the form. And that helped, at least to some extent, to be able to bridge that gap and be able to allow people to use the phone without external assistance. Okay? That's all I have for you. I wanted to potentially show you a couple slides around what I'm doing with my company at Kofa. So we are, again, looking at some of these principles to figure out how to deliver electric motorcycles and electric mobility to the masses. We're designing our own motorcycles, designing our own batteries, designing our own swap stations, designing our own software, all for Africa, by Africans. If you want to know more about it, please do ask me.
Awesome. Do we have any questions?
All right, hi. So my name is Derek. I think in all the projects you showed, you didn't leave education in just the onboarding part of the product. You were actively involved in the education part with the user. Is it something that we have to always take into consideration when building for the African context? That's in being heavily involved in education, because currently, if we think of onboarding, we are assuming, or we always assume that the users have basic knowledge of their mobile devices, or they have access to internet and all that. And also we think of beautiful screens, interactions and all. But then, do we need to take into consideration being actively involved in the onboarding when we are designing for the African context?
I mean, need is a strong word, but what I would say is, you want to provide as much assistance as possible to your users, being cognizant that some of them might have additional difficulties than, say, a Western user. You definitely want to be cognizant of that. The other thing that I would say is that some of the examples that you've seen, because we were dealing with low literacy or low literacy environments, say farmers, people who have not been to school and cannot read, there was additional onus on us to make sure that that would happen, right? And this happened over the lifetime of the project, and we had the luxury of essentially being employed as the UX team on that project just to solve that problem, just to make sure that people could understand the content and get the messages, etc. It's not always that you have the luxury of that, but you definitely want to keep exploring ways. And as user experience people, you're always getting data. You're always understanding how your users are using the product. You should be getting data. If you're not getting quantitative data, you should be going out and getting qualitative data and talking to people. So you should always be iterating anyway. So I think it's a question of, if there is a problem, yeah, go fix it. If there's not a problem, then you're probably fine.
All right, so probably this very technical one, but for the projects or the project you embarked on to help people know how to clear the SMS, and then you show them the charts with the diagrams, and since there were no text involved, how did you handle edge cases for those ones? Because if someone memorizes click here to delete this message, how did your team handle various edge cases that might need more reading and more understanding of the text that you see?
More understanding of the text. You're talking about the second example where we had the little cheat sheet. Is that the one you mean? Well, for that one, that was really about deleting messages. That was the main focus. So they didn't actually have to read it. Or is that not the one you're referring to? It is. Okay. Yeah, so for that, we weren't worried about whether or not they could read the message in that particular instance. It was just about making sure that new messages could come through, and some of them would have the codes in it, etc. The cool thing about the project was, not the cool thing about the project, but one of the benefits, the things that we saw was people would get the messages and then they would ask their children to read it to them to understand. So it wasn't always about them personally being able to understand. They would probably have someone around them who could. But the key thing was delete old messages so that you can continue to get content.
Hey, I'm Michael, and I want to know if during your project, right, has there been a time that you've had to sacrifice beauty for functionality?
Has there been a time where I need to sacrifice beauty for functionality? Never. I'm lying all the time, dude. I mean, yeah, you have to. But I think it's a skill that you develop as a designer, right? And you have an appreciation for each project where the functionality needs to come up on top of the aesthetics of the product. You need to have that, if not like some sort of shared team goal, you need to have it in your gut. And you need to be able to understand that, well, you know what, I personally feel like beauty is more than just aesthetics. I think beauty and functionality are intricately linked. So when the thing works well, it will also look good. That's what I believe.
My question is very simple. What kind of resources are you going to kind of like recommend to us to learn more about this, like in terms of books or anything? Yeah, my question is very simple.
Sorry, so your question is resources to learn about product design?
Yeah.
Well,
in terms of books or anything.
I think the most important thing that you can do if you want to be a product designer is talk to people. To be honest, I mean, it's that's what it is. It's about user experience research, and it's about figuring out how to ask the right questions. If I thought about it a little bit more, there are probably some books and articles and stuff that I could recommend. If you need that, do reach out to me. I can find them and send them to you. But I think that's the core skill. Being able to make things look nice is good. Being able to communicate sort of nebulous concepts in the form of sketch, because again, I think product design and service design are also intricately linked. So there's a whole raft of skills there, but I think the one you want to focus on is you need to be able to understand people and understand how to talk to people and get insights in an unbiased way.
One last question.
All right, great presentation, Della. My question is, a lot of designers these days are working with complex technologies, but then it looks as if the masses who need the impact of the solutions that they bring are looking for very basic and user-friendly solutions. Based on your work and your experience, how should designers, or how can designers navigate the switch between the complex technologies that they use and the simplicity of the solutions that they give to the users?
Yeah, very good question. I mean, I don't know if there is an easy one. I think you've got to be able to focus on the customer first, right? So you've got to be able to understand what it is the customer needs, and be very honest with yourselves about what kind of technology is going to help you to get there, and eliminate what you don't need. This is something that we are grappling with this problem currently at COFA, for instance, because we know if we want people to be able to use electric motorcycles, if we want people to be able to swap batteries, if we want people to be able to use batteries in your home for backup power, a lot of the things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis to make all of those things work behind the scenes needs to be completely transparent to the user. And sometimes oftentimes it means being even more technical and making sure that the system sort of anticipates what the user needs, so they don't need to, say, open up the app and ask for something, or interface with the system in some kind of way. So the answer is going to be different in different scenarios. Sometimes it's going to mean scaling back and removing features and just launching with your MVP, which it is for us in some ways. But for us, it also means being super technical and being so sophisticated that we're anticipating what people need, and we're giving it to them before they even realize that they need it.
All right, thank you so much, Dela. Can we please have a round of applause for him?
Thank you so much. It's time for some stretching. Can we all be upstanding? Let us stretch a little bit. Okay. Hands up. Let's go up. Come on, do it better, guys. And then to your left. To the other side. All right. Good. So now we're literally about to close. But before we close, we want to... Oh, you guys can take your seats, please. And can someone help me send the chairs downstairs? We're going to declare the winner for the dEX meme. Do we have the image up? Okay. So client says we want to do something different from the others. And the same client, after a week, look at what other brands are doing. I mean, I can relate. Who else can relate? That's very true. Clients are very troublesome, but nobody's willing to admit it. Anyway, so before we end the session, to call on stage the entire team that made this event possible. We've learned a lot, we've seen a lot, we've heard a lot. It's now up to us as creative guys to tell ourselves that we're going to pick everything that has been said today. We're going to make it as practical as possible. We're going to know how to face clients. We're going to know how we can talk to clients. We're going to know how we can alter our creative process to become much more African. So, without much ado, Team dEX, kindly join me up on stage. Starting from the president to the birthday boy Ed, to the head of production, to Josh. Oh, come on, let's do a wall for them. If you've been with us on this journey, you actually appreciate it very well, because we started somewhere small in Jolu, moved all the way to Silver Star. We had it online because of COVID, and now we came back, and now look at us. We are here. So,
oh yeah, join us, the volunteers.
All volunteers too should also come down.
Yeah.
All volunteers, everyone that's helped one way or the other. The production team especially, we are begging you. We need to recognize you.
Yeah.
The production team are the guys in black. They've done a very good job. If you go online and you actually go to our YouTube pages, you realize that the production has been very, 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 very high quality.
6K events.
In 6K. We don't shoot 6K events in Ghana. That's actually true.
I mean, we just want to say a big thank you for everyone who has stayed from morning till this time. We are very grateful for the time you have spent with us. To our speakers and panelists, you have been extraordinary. Staying with us, we ran behind time, but you have been here. You have been very supportive. And like I mentioned earlier, we reached out to quite a number of people, but you took time out of your very busy schedules to be here to send a message, preach the gospel of design to all of us, and we are very grateful. And to the team here, I mean, it's been a crazy couple of weeks, a lot of pressure here and there. We just want to say a big thank you to the volunteers and the partners. I mean, you can see all of these things. People actually printed some of these things for us for free because they believe in the vision. Some of these things, people supported us. Edinkra supported us. Newcomer supported us. Rocknot Studios, Treasure Mark. Some of the shirts we are wearing, people printed them for us for free because they believe in the mission and the vision. And we want to say a huge thank you to all of you. In fact, if I couldn't mention your name as a partner, forgive me. I'm so tired. So thank you so much for coming to Artmosphere this year. We hope that we create a much better experience for you the next time. We live and we learn, like we always say. And so next year we can do a better job. Does anyone else have something to say so that we can wrap up before anyone else? Okay, then thank you so much and have a lovely evening.
Okay, so we like to do something. It's going to be our ritual from henceforth because we believe that in the next years to come, it's going to be really, really mad. So on the count of 3, we are all going to shout, "We are dEX," because we are the only event organizing group in Ghana that can shoot a video in 6K. Okay, so on the count of 3, we're going to shout, "We are dEX." 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for attending this year. We are super, super grateful. Have a lovely evening.